All right, now we should have some sound. I don't know if this is technically true, but no, apparently not. What is this? Yeah, come on, microphone. Ah, we have sound now. Excellent. Excellent. I don't know what the fuck is up with that. What was that? Oh, shit. I see what happened. I see what happened. Yeah, basically, the problem there was that NVIDIA recently updated its video drivers, and when it does, it tries to force the whole system to use the NVIDIA sound shit. I don't know why, and that just throws everything off. Throws everything off. Get this on your little tripod so that shit can be seen. Oh, little tripod. Oh. Yeah. Officer Down. Oh, that's a fucking movie. That is a fucking movie. Yes, sound. Got picture. It's got all kinds of things. Oh, jeez. Oh. So you have to bear with me. I wasn't actually intending to stream, but I figured since a bunch of people like showed in the minute I accidentally went online, might as well do something. Oh, fuck yeah. What Sukiyaki, Western Django, and Officer Down are both gooder movies. Gooder as shit. Oh, Corey Marshall. Yeah. We did. We met at Yon Monster Palooza. Yeah, that was awesome. I had a great time at Monster Palooza. It was really fun. Do 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 do. Do do do. You want to see the Void? I recommend seeing the Void instead. Yeah, that vlog is doing pretty well for a vlog, you know. Let's see, it's getting to the... Let's see, who was it that I met at Yon Monster Palooza? Ah, Corey Marshall. Okay, Corey Marshall. That's not... Oh, hey, Fard. What's up? I put in Carrie Marshall. That is not right. Let's see. Corey Marshall. DNA damage and repair. No, I can't be right, guys. Not even the same. Let's see. Hold on. Bum bum bum. All right, which? Hey, Bloody Jack, how you doing? Oh, now it just gives me. Hey, Corey, do me a favor. Put a link to your channel in the chat. So that I can check it out. Do. Oh, you don't do videos. Oh, okay. Well, that's not a problem. I just can't remember who you are according to that little that really little icon.
I'll have to remind you what happened when you hung up.
Yeah. So you'll have to forgive me if I don't recognize you by name. Oh. Let's see. Put a picture on your Facebook profile. Okay. All right. Let's do that. Making noises. Don't know why. Yeah. Who?
Okay.
Guess who? Sundab. Let's see. Oh, sneezy. Yeah, usually we have a little bit more activity here, but Satan bless. Yes, absolutely. All right. So, got the Count Jackula show. Let's go to the page. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know if you actually found my Facebook page because I ain't seeing shit. Hey, Mushroom G Dog. No. You could totally remake Chopping Mall. What are you talking about? Set in LA or the Mall of America or something like that. You know, they're gonna bring back the mall. You know, oh, there we go. There we go. Yes. There we go. Yes, Corey. Now I remember you. Someone sent me a Twitter DM. Let's check it out. I'm just gonna test this again because I like the sound. Yeah, that is supposed to happen every time there is a donation made in the super chat. Yeah, music is louder than me. All right, we gotta balance it out a bit more. All right, run another test. So I'm talking about right now as that goes on. All right, hopefully that one works. Turn my mic up. Okay. Hello and mic. Let's see. Doesn't work now. What are we doing? All right. I'm here to make the pain suffer on your feet again. Hello. Ah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. So the idea is that whenever someone pays for a super chat, if it's set up right, that will happen. This will alert me to goings on, and having alerted me to goings on, I will be able to properly respond. Let's do it again. Oh. Yeah, I think we should replace our tornado sirens with that alert. Oh. Fuck it. Let's play around to something. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay, obviously there's going to be some patching that happens. Okay. Only 43 people are in the pit. Yeah. Unannounced. Kind of a half a stream when you really get down to it. Speaking of which, I gotta like blow my nose and refuel the coffee. So let's do that. I lost the pit. Hold on. That's not good. Son of a bitch. Come on. Come on. Copy. Paste. Paste. There we go. Come back over here. Grab this. All right. I'm going to refresh my drink and immediately return. All right. All right. Let's play some Uprising. We'll play it on expert. Ugh. Let's see how we do. That was quick.
20 years after we won the war against the Omnics, we were no closer to...
All right, I ain't gonna be the holdup.
This is Morrison. Your mission is to liberate King's Row.
Good morning, team. All right. Yeah, that's a good solid mix.
Null Sector has 3 anti-aircraft guns in King's Row. They need to be disabled before we can drop the payload. You each have a portable drone which can be used to hack the air defense terminals. Darkness falls. We're planning to drop the payload in the courtyard by the clock tower.
Yeah, payload clock tower. Blah, blah, blah.
First. Deploy your utility drone to begin the hack. Null Sector is closing on your position.
Hey, Diva, why don't you get behind the shield? Let's fight him in here. Or, you know, not.
Experience tranquility. The shadow of doubt.
Good work. I marked the next air defense node on your HUD.
All systems checked out. Now show them.
New energy signature up ahead. Probably a Null Sector bot you haven't come across yet.
Gaze into the iris.
Hack underway. You're out in the open there. Be careful.
You're exposed in your current position. Watch for attacks from all directions.
Diva, I can't heal you from where you... Oh, there you are.
Experience tranquility.
Dropships entered London airspace. You need to get those cannons down ASAP.
Embrace tranquility.
damn it. No, that was defeat.
Cease your resistance. Thank you, but I still have much to learn.
Didn't die once, actually. All right. Let's try that again. Do.
Strike team en route to King's Row.
All right, let's go back in. Let's do this again.
20 years after we won the war against the Omnics, we were no closer to living together in peace.
This is Morrison. Your mission is to liberate King's Row.
All right, we have one tank. We have me. All right, we got 2 tank. We got 3 tank.
Good luck out there.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm locked in now.
Null Sector has 3 anti-aircraft guns in King's Row. They need to be disabled before we can drop the payload. You each have a portable drone which can be used to hack the air defense terminals. We're planning to drop the payload in the courtyard by the clock tower. But you need to bring down the air defenses first. Deploy your utility drone to begin the hack. Null Sector is closing on your position.
I'm gonna hang out with Reinhardt. Okay.
You're exposed in your current position. Watch for attacks from all directions.
Experience tranquility. I am seriously damaged.
Oh.
Teammate down.
Yeah, I swear, like, the expert games are actually the worst. Oh, Jesus. Oh, man.
Thanks for your support.
Fuck it. We'll do this just on hard. Do, 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 do. Jack, have you played The Evil Within? I have. It's very frustrating. That game. Oh my god. Ah. Killing that second boss, I think. Jesus Christ. There's a lot of running and shooting. Oh, what philosophy did I say Persona 5 was based on? My guess was Wilhelm Reich, the father of the idea of orgone energy, which is energy released in the moment of orgasm. That was my guess for Persona 5.
Strike team en route to King's Row.
All right, let's do this.
20 years after we won the war against the Omnics, we were no closer to living together in peace. The building of a new home for the Omnics in London was supposed to be the first step in improving human-robot relations.
Except it wasn't. We were actually just shoveling elephant shit.
The Omnic extremist group, Null Sector, launched a surprise attack on King's
Oh,
Row. Hundreds were killed,
Extremists, right?
Now, they're the last of the survivors.
Oh man, I kind of like that shot of the one Omnic trying to help everybody.
Omnics.
Yeah, he's
And
fucked
we
too.
stop them. Commander Morrison has sent our strike team to liberate the city. It's my first mission, and the only way to save my home. I hope we're not too late.
This is Morrison. Your mission is to liberate King's Row.
Yes, you have to pick Mercy. Ha ha ha.
Null Sector has 3 anti-aircraft guns in King's Row. They need to be disabled before we can drop the payload. You each have a portable drone that can be used to hack the air defense terminals.
Armor, come get it.
This is Captain Amari. The first air defense node is right around the corner. And Reinhardt, don't charge in there on your own.
Couldn't dream of it, Captain.
Beginning to hack. Stay near the terminal while it's in progress.
Team, null sector approaching your position.
Here we go.
Let's do this. Armor over.
See? Nothing to worry.
Who said I was worried?
You forgot to tie your shoes.
Oh, wait. My shoes don't have laces.
Captain Amari, where's the next defense node?
In the courtyard, up ahead. I'm marking it on your HUD.
One down, 2 to go.
We've detected a new energy signature up ahead. Looks like a new Omnic.
Just what the world needs.
Eradicator spotted. Proceed with caution.
Smashing.
Back underway. The guns should be coming down shortly. Significant Omnic presence closing in on your position.
Keep your turret up. Everyone else, good hunting.
You're exposed in your current position. Watch for attacks from all directions.
Wow, 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 wow.
You shouldn't be far from the last node. It's in the cathedral, just up the street.
significant null sector troops headed in your direction.
Just in time.
Dropship is en route to the clock tower.
Rendezvous at the courtyard.
Here it comes! Let's hope those guns really are.
This will be a quick mission if they are.
Armor over here.
My ultimate's ready. Let's do this.
That keeps my stamp of approval.
Proceed to the courtyard. The payload is waiting.
Dropship incoming. Payload online. Initiating startup sequence. It's going to need a few minutes to get charged up.
You really think that's gonna work?
I built it. Of course it's going to work.
Inspires confidence, doesn't it?
Null sector forces are inbound to your
Watch out for those slices. They aren't too strong, but they tear up the payload.
Watch out! The payload's taking damage.
Damage is engaged.
There we go. See? Like I said, it just needed a moment to get warmed up.
So it's ready to move out?
Not quite yet.
I should have known. Team, get ready for another wave of attacks. Tracers down. Teammate down. Down. Tracers down. Revive her.
Seems like we hit another
Define little snag.
Forget about it. Defend the payload. It just needs a little more time.
Down. Just like in the crisis.
Enemy faster than our head.
Down. Tracers down. Revive her. Down.
Oh,
Down to 30%. Down. Tracers down. Revive her. Down.
god damn it. Good God. All right. Let's go back to basics for a round. Do. What was that?
I didn't say anything.
Oh.
I coughed.
Oh.
Are you still streaming?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Now I'm looking at the chat.
You do that. You look at that chat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what? Let us copy. Test it. All right. There we go. Hey, Andy, how you doing? Lazy. Hold on. You'll have to wait.
Hey, folks.
Hey, greetings. How you doing?
Count Jackula, that's amazing.
Thank you. You are maze-minded?
Fancy sausage.
Fancy sausage. Oh. Well, that's better than the regular kite.
Can't have that, no sir.
True self is without form.
So, Alex, are you a Hanzo main?
I can't wait to get into the fight.
The kind that the internet loves to hate?
All systems checked out. Ready for combat maneuvers.
Very well.
He said understood. That means he got the joke.
Ah.
Gaze into the iris.
I'm meditating on my balls.
Oh, daddy.
All right, Winston's been tagged. All right, Winston's tagged again. All right, Reinhardt's tagged.
Punished him.
Awesome. Mercy's tagged.
Darkness falls.
My ultimate is almost ready.
I need healing. Thank you.
Experience tranquility.
Self-destruct sequence. I'm shot in the fight.
On May. Mercy's tagged. Woo!
The cycle begins anew.
Yep, I'm there in spirit, bro.
Sterben nicht.
Walk it off.
Alright, Genji's tagged.
Into the iris. Experience tranquility.
Oh, where'd everybody go? Okay.
I know the doubts that plague you.
Get back.
I need healing.
Enemy contact.
I see a sniper. We must see this through.
Double kill.
A temporary setback.
The payload has reached the chip.
Gaze into the iris.
Coming at you.
My systems are repaired. Adversity is an opportunity for change.
Oh.
The outcome is not
60 seconds
preordained.
remaining.
I know the doubts that plague you.
Helden sterben nicht.
Experience tranquility. Repetition is the path to mastery.
10 seconds.
Victory is our destiny, but we must all play our parts. Pass into the iris. Adversity is an opportunity.
Son of a bitch. Alright, stop trickling in. That's how they're just wonking us. That's how they're just stomping us. Alright, there's a widow in the upper right.
60 seconds.
The cycle begins anew. Gaze into the iris.
I see that widow is still on the upper right. Alright, so you're going to be without a healer for a few minutes.
30 seconds remaining.
Nice.
Woo!
0-2. Switching sides.
So now all we gotta do is push it all the way.
Yup.
Nice job, Mr. Pinks.
True self is without form.
I'll be busy soon enough.
Open your mind.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
Consider only victory. Make defeat an impossibility in your mind. Greetings.
Doesn't look like they're setting up anything outside of us.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
The cycle begins anew. We are as one, my sister.
systems are restored. Darkness into the iris. I will gaze into the iris. Enemy sighted.
Damn soldier.
Pain is an excellent teacher.
Heroes never die.
I require healing. You are your own worst enemy.
Well. Alright, I'm down again.
Repetition is the path to mastery. Grace, tranquility.
Helden sterben nicht.
You're dead.
The shadow of doubt. The outcome is not preordained. Pass into the iris. Harmony. I welcome adversity.
Engaging the enemy.
Oh,
Overconfidence is a flimsy shield.
yes.
Nice.
Final score. 3-2.
Ah.
Play of the match.
I've got you in my sights.
Double. Triple.
Clean sweep.
primary concern.
Skirmishes are not ranked.
Paying you for your acting ability. Let's get moving.
See through the dragon's eyes.
Archiving combat data. Holding position.
Such potential. Turret deployed.
You are advised to move behind my back.
Ha! No, that's what I had in mind.
Cease your resistance. Double kill. I must rejoin my team. I recommend moving behind my barrier.
My arrow finds its mark.
For your safety, please move behind the barrier. Not far. I recommend moving behind my barrier. Double kill. I'm still new at this.
Oh.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
All right.
Why do people hate it when I kill them in skirmish?
I have no idea.
They get so angry.
Well, we were kind of keeping them in that spawn zone. They're like, can't even get outside, man.
The diva who just wanted to sit down just hated it.
True self is without form.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Try not to get yourselves killed out there.
A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Open your mind.
5, 4, 3, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
I have located the enemy. I will shield this.
There is chaos within you. Embrace tranquility. Overconfidence is a flimsy shield.
We need to protect the objective.
Projecting barrier. Photon barrier deployed.
Be one with the universe.
Teleporter online.
You are your own worst enemy.
If a member I will shield. Can you stab me?
Experience tranquility.
We must hold the point against their attack.
I've got you in my sights. Bask in the shadow of doubt.
Get here.
All right.
Pain is an excellent teacher.
Instancing photon.
60 seconds.
Gaze into the iris. There is disquiet in your soul. Pain is an excellent teacher.
I miss that teleporter.
Seconds remaining.
It only had one charge left.
Good point.
Rains from above. The objective is under attack.
We got plenty of use out of it.
Walk it off.
Oh,
so close. Well, they don't have a lot of time at least. And I have a bunch of turrets by their spawn. Oh, not anymore.
Pain is an excellent teacher.
Walk it off.
Helden sterben nicht.
Adversity is an
60
opportunity
seconds
for
remaining.
change. Open your mind. My trailer is that way, you imbecile! Disquiet your soul.
They're almost out of time. We stop them here and now.
Walk it off.
Experience tranquility.
Ah, beautiful.
I like it.
Score 0-1. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
True self is without form. A chance to focus. Greetings.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
I live for a good fight. Do I think? Does a submarine swim? Clean your mind. Energy flows through you.
3, 2, 1. Attack commences. Capture
Tranquility.
objective A.
outcome is not
Enemy turret ahead. Watch yourselves.
Enemy turret destroyed.
Evil turret lies in our way. Darkness falls.
Enemy turret destroyed.
A temporary setback.
Enemy turret ahead.
Come on, come on, come on.
Gaze into the iris. A turret lies in our way.
I am ready to resurrect you.
Cease your resistance.
Experience tranquility.
Helden sterben nicht.
Securing the objective.
Hail Valhalla. Helden sterben nicht.
It's a perfect day for some mayhem.
Everyone heal up.
Cease your resistance.
Enemy turret ahead.
How do you do?
The payload stopped.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Double kill. If at first you don't succeed,
Enemy
pull it up again.
Hail Valhalla. Helden sterben nicht.
likes a licking. Heads on ticket.
Our duty is to move the payload. Get to it.
30 seconds.
We don't have much time. Don't let up.
Cease your resistance. 10 seconds. Team up for special attack. Till Valhalla.
Turret detected.
Ooh. Oh, that was real close.
Final score. 1-2. Defeat. Play of the match. Heroes never die.
But I got a triple.
Epic. Traveling to Nevada.
All right. Ah, God damn it.
Une balle. Un mort.
いざ尋常に勝負
Shit for characters I don't play. Okay. Woo. All right. Let's try one more of these things. Oh. I'm not giving you my account name and number live over the stream. No. Let's see. Yeah, I'll be honest. I really don't watch any of Channel Awesome anymore. Well, except for Poor Guru, obviously. Do 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 do. Yeah, Lazy, just send me a Twitter DM with your information in it.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
You know, maybe we can figure it out that way.
True self is without form. We walk in harmony, my student.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
Look at this team. We're gonna do great.
Winston, Genji, Mei, Symmetra.
Shut the fuck up.
No, don't do that. Oh! That was Symmetra. Watch out, Genji, yeah? Get him! Reinhardt's low. Push. Nice push, guys. He's discarded, get to me. High noon.
Alright, Winston's discorded.
Payload, payload.
Mercy's discorded.
Get Mercy. There we go. Come over here for healing. Everyone alive?
I think so.
Good. Behind us.
Yeah, we got Reaper and May behind us.
Come to the payload. Come to me for healing. Who's that?
Right. Mercy and Reinhardt coming up behind us.
Genji. Thank you, Zen. Regroup.
Pain is an excellent teacher.
Whoa. Reaper's behind us. And so is Reinhardt.
Okay, move up, move up. Oh, guys, move up. Yeah. Oh, let's play the game.
Adversity is an opportunity for change.
Winston's low. Or was.
A temporary setback.
Alright, Reaper's tagged.
Guys, push up, push up. I'm by myself on the point. Push up, please. Thank you. I'm dancing on the point. Ah.
Fucking hell.
Get to me.
Adversity is an opportunity for change.
All right.
Winston is low. Winston is low.
Your weakness is revealed.
Let's go, boys and girl.
Walk in harmony. The outcome is not preordained.
Let's go. Let's go. Go. Where's the team?
Experience tranquility.
There's a team. The Lucio. There we go. May. There we go. He's low. Go, guys. Nice, guys.
Ugh.
The cycle begins anew. Experience tranquility.
Bastion. Shit, my bad, I died. Good push though.
Overconfidence is a flimsy.
0. Switching sides.
You fucking faggots.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
I'm gonna play Genji defense.
Interesting.
Really? That's gonna be the response. That's gonna be the response. I'm going Genji defense because we didn't
Reinhardt?
get all 3 fucking things, really.
Reinhardt. Or Orisa. Oh, even better.
That'll work.
Mercy? Or Mercy or... Oh yeah, that works.
Is without form.
Or if you play Mercy, I'll play Zen. Or wait, what? Never mind, I'll just say Lucio.
One, my sister.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Don't worry, my friends. I am your shield. A chance to focus.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Stop the bleed.
Don't push back. We're good still. Didn't go anywhere.
Winston from behind it.
Winston's discorded. Winston's down.
What's his name? Reaper.
Farrah's discorded.
Overconfidence.
We need a hit
is
scan
flimsy
for
shield.
Farrah. Yeah, nice hit scan.
Alright.
Mercy.
Embrace tranquility.
God dang it, guys. I can't. Hey, what happened to all our tanks?
Everyone switched out.
My...
Don't ask me, man. I just work here.
Bastion? Bastion?
Experience tranquility.
Don't let them get that second point. Farah behind us, Farah behind us.
No one can hide from my sight.
Come here, Lucio.
Slippery nigger. Ah. Reaper behind you all.
All right, Anna's. Never mind.
I need healing. Oh, never mind. I died.
Adversity is an opportunity for change. Bask in the shadow of doubt. Experience tranquility.
Jackula primed and ready.
Can I get... Thank you.
My ultimate is almost ready. My ultimate is ready.
No one can hide.
Embrace tranquility.
Bastion's low.
My spirit is strong. Gaze into the pass into the iris.
Bastion at the back. We got Genji,
Genji
in,
back
behind
here.
us.
I got Genji.
Hey, Farah. Farah, I have my ult, so.
No one can hide from my sight.
Reaper behind you. Shit, it's Genji, not Reaper.
Get him, get him. There we
Nice,
go.
guys.
All right.
Nice combo. Yes.
This is probably the first game I've ever played where people actually use their mic.
Well, I
Thank you,
mean,
guys.
bro, I've been so pissed off this entire night. Why does everyone want to play Junkrat? Are you kidding me? We need tanks and healers. Wasn't even.
All right. Let's see. Where are we? All right, we're back up at 700. I don't know if we're ever gonna get out of that fucking bronze, man. Just seems like it's just not gonna happen. All right, fucking enough of that for the moment. Jesus Christ. Almost fucking like God. There was that moment where I just wanted to fucking slap a guy with a fucking like black dildo across the fucking internet. Good God, man, that guy fucking said that. I was just like, dude, you don't know how much I fucking hate your ass right now. You know, Jesus Christ. Well, fuckers everywhere. I suppose if I was like in the military at some point, I would have to deal with that shit on a much greater basis. So, you know, whatever. Jesus fucking Christ. You know, it's also kind of one of those reasons why I don't like the whole idea of you know, that whole you know, like, oh my God, you have to call people out, or you're part of the problem. I'm just like, oh Jesus fucking Christ, like, really? You know, fucking really? Oh boy. Well, let's see. All right, there we go. Yeah. I was talking about racist dude on my fucking team there. Jesus fucking Christ. I was a little annoyed, and I'm like, gotta push that aside. Gotta get the win. You know, just fucking hell. Oh shit. Oh, you know what? This is a stream, isn't it? He is saying it about the character, though. Could be taken as satirical. If he was saying that about another dude, we'd be reporting him right now. But oh man, yeah, the joys of playing online with anonymous players. That seems to be the way it go. The way it go. Yeah, that pissed me off too. You know, it's just like, oh, come on, dude, really? You know, I guess I'm a little bit tired because I usually have the comeback of like, you cruising for a piece of ass. That why you saying that? Trying to tell us something. Is there a closet? Is there a door in front of you? Is it a closet door? You know, is there clothes all around? That's because you're in the closet. Let me tell you. You know. You know, when he gets, and then when he starts like getting pissy. You know, as soon as the game starts, you're like, shut the fuck up. We got bigger titties to lick right now. You know, just go on in. Yeah, I totally want a Golden Gun Act competition. You know, I got to get back to doing those 10 competitive games a day. Is usually what I do. At least it was, but I've fallen way behind because a bunch of shit, more like work-related shit happened. You know, like show shit. So I didn't feel like doing that. Do. All right. Let's have some fun. Let's test the alert again. Oh shit! We're gonna get a legit. We should get a legit one. Hold on, Snaggletooth, and thank you. Come on. Let's do this. Come on, alert. You're supposed to go off when a donation happens. Do it. Do it. You gotta be fucking shitting me. It's not doing it? Oh. We'll get this. This is gonna happen. This is gonna happen. Yeah, it's supposed to... Didn't do it. It's supposed to fucking, Yeah, I think I need to dick around with the settings, because, like...
The fake one was happening simultaneously with his real one, so...
Oh, there was a real one that was happening under it?
No, it didn't do the real one because I think your fake one was going.
Oh, okay.
At least that's my guess, because it came in right at the same time on the stream.
Right, right. Do. Oh, man. Hold on. Deep Fryer sent $2. Do it. Do it. No, it's not working. Holy shit. But yeah. Deep Fryer, you can totally Skype me. Let me,
Yeah, it's not working for some reason.
Damn it! Alright, no. Sign in. Yeah, okay, brother Alex, give me a... Yeah, just send me a message on Scat. No, on the skips. All right. Tell you what, I'm gonna go pee real quick. Alex, send me the message, and yeah, we'll talk on Skype. That'll be cool. Don't send. Oh, by the way, don't send a super chat until we've like at least tried to fix this, because there will be a time when we'll want to check that out. All right, go take that pee. All right, I'm back. Let's see, looks like Alex has yes. All right. Hey, are you voice only?
No, I can turn the video on. Give it a second.
Okay. Aha, here we go. Ah, excellent.
Sleeveless. So sleeveless though. This is my first like real sleeveless shirt. Like really sleeveless. I've cut the shirts off sleeves before, but like.
Looking good. Looking good.
It's comfy as fuck. Oh my god.
Yeah. Those things are. Yeah.
Oh.
Man. Oh, geez. So yeah, trying to figure out why this alerts thing is not working.
Yeah, it beats me.
Yeah.
I mean, I have some background in like web dev stuff, and it's probably in that category. So if I took a look at it, I'm sure I could at least know where to look for the answer to the problem.
Yeah.
But
let's see. All right, I'm gonna just wait. All right. What? All right, so weird. Let's see. Fan funding, YouTube donations, super chat.
There we go.
Let's see. End new alert. Dun dun dun.
My hair is not behaving, so I'm gonna put on my hat.
Right. Okay, let's see. Let's go to live stream alerts. Super chat alert. Doesn't work.
They specifically have it up for you, of course. That's the answer.
Yeah. Of course. Of course.
Yeah.
Streamlabs, live stream alerts, getting started with YouTube alerts, medium. Whoa, a lot of chatting.
Oh, I forgot to mute the actual YouTube version of the stream that I'm using to record the chat.
Oh yeah.
So I had them both playing. I thought there was like some kind of echo.
Simple setup, testing your alert. Let's see. Okay. Add a browser source, which we've done. Tutorial show you how to do it. Configure. Huh.
Yeah,
All right. Let's try Streamlabs. Maybe they got something. Focus on streaming. We'll handle the rest. Okay. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Evidently not.
Yeah. Well, this is a different one.
Okay.
Connect with YouTube. Yeah. Okay. Dun, dun, dun.
So, you want to hear stories about me looking for drugs?
Oh, geez. Yes. As a matter of fact,
So-
I do.
All right, so we're gonna start this with horrific tragedy citywide. So sorry to start with a downer, but it makes the uppers better, I guess.
Okay.
Now, you're familiar with the really dangerous opioid known as fentanyl, right?
I have heard of. Yeah, I know about fentanyl.
Really cheap, really easy to overdose. A lot of people have died from it. 912 in 2016 overdosed on fentanyl. Now, in my search for I want to try some psychedelics. I've had acid once, but it was a fairly small dose. So I want to try it again.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try mushrooms. I've never actually tried mushrooms before, and I just want to kind of enjoy all those different experiences because they really intrigue me. The thing with that is, even trying to get psychedelics, because of these major numbers of deaths that have been happening in the opioid ring, I talked to two artists I happen to know who I heard had contacts for acid, and well, their two main sources ended up dying because of MDMA that was laced with ground up fentanyl to basically.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. No, they're basically someone in the way up the food chain of illicit substance distribution in Vancouver got their hands on a huge amount of fentanyl, and they've basically been selling it out for an active ingredient filler to pretty much the whole distribution chain.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. You can't be mixing an opioid with a fucking methamphetamine. That's a terrible idea.
Yeah, that's why we've had 912 opioid deaths.
Oh, jeez.
There are and the cops. You know what the cops are doing? We're considering legalizing marijuana in Canada, right?
Right.
I'm sorry, my earplugs were just in enough that I had like this underwater voice because they were blocking out my peripheral hearing. So now I can hear myself better, so I can talk a little more clearly. The police, even though we're apparently getting legalized marijuana, come very soon, but I never trust it till it actually happens.
Right.
You know? The cops are still cracking down on cannabis dispensaries beforehand, and I think the reason for that is because they want to protect some kind of monopoly with the right kind of legal cannabis dealers once it is legalized. So right now they're just screwing over all the people who have been quasi-legally dealing cannabis.
Right.
And all that is taking the cops' attention from the fentanyl crisis. And it's gotten so bad that the chief medical officer, so the highest actually cares for patients staff member, as opposed to administrative staff, the highest actually cares for patients staff member of Vancouver General Hospital has issued a public statement saying we could just legalize all street drugs and watch these overdoses dry up overnight, because once you decriminalize it, they're not afraid to come in for treatment. And so the chief medical officer is actually going, no, people are dying in droves. Why the hell are we persecuting them as criminals? These deaths are going to still keep happening.
Right. Yeah,
and this is gonna happen until some fucking Montessori school kid kicks the bucket.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what a Montessori school is, by the way?
I do know what a Montessori school is, actually.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, for those that don't, it's a special secular private school that focuses on advanced learning. Like, you don't have normal grades, and you don't...
in British Columbia, it's where all the rich, pampered, fuck kids.
Yeah. It's
to be
very
better than
common.
all their peers.
Yeah. And
like,
the sad thing is it kind of works.
See, I work as a concierge in like really expensive residential condo buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And I see these rich fucking kids everywhere, and they're like, one or two of them out of the whole one is tolerable at best. Rest of them are like you say, you've come up with these the millennial generation. What you guys need to learn is to be fun, because the post millennials are going to hate you. Don't. And here's me saying to you, well, Jack, that's only a percentage of the post millennials. Some of them are just going to be the same assholes we've always had.
Oh,
they're not going away.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
This is a phone for comparison. This is a big one. I usually drink liquor out of it, but I have water because it's fucking hot.
All right.
My apartment is like it's a 50-year-old building, and 50-year-old 3-story building, and my apartment is like in the center. So the way it channels hot air as its heating source through the building, my apartment just gets sweltering even in the middle of winter. I'm moving though. It's lower than $600 a month or bust. And by bust, I mean I'm moving. I might have to move back to farm town. And at that point, I might just put a bullet. I will not live in a fucking small farming town ever again. I'm perfectly okay to visit, but I will not fucking live there.
Yeah, I can understand that.
You're a small town boy too, right?
Yes.
So it's. Oh man, the Dutch Mennonites that used to tell me I was going to hell because I was autistic.
Yeah.
I hope they all burn.
Yeah. Let's see. What are these? Dun, 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 dun. Recent actions. Hold on. Open. What?
Still, I do have a good number of friend contacts that live like in the real boonies, not small town suburbs, but like the real out in the fucking woods friends, right?
Right,
The
right.
weird people. Those were my friends back in small towns, and they've all got like bug out bag survivalist plans, and so my job is basically okay. If you meet any interesting or cool people you want to survive the apocalypse, you're in charge of getting them out here. And then we will take over from there and evacuate to some of the. There's actually an abandoned mine that my buddy Ben has scouted out to use as a bunker.
Oh man. Okay, let me hold on.
Fun shit.
Oh man. Let me see if I got an idea. Let me add a subscriber alert.
And then try like the subscribe unsubscribe and see if it goes off.
Yeah, alright, let me test this fucker. Alright. Let's see. Save. Test it. Okay. Alright, so if someone would not mind either subscribing or unsubscribing and then subscribing, but only do it once.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. All right.
All right.
We'll have Alex do it.
Okay, unsubscribe and subscribe. Anything? Just did it.
Nope.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Okay, so this is completely not working. Let's see. Huh. What the hell? All right, so yeah, this is completely not working.
Well, I do hate my job. Well, hate's a strong word. I am dreadfully bored of my job to the point where it feels like I'm like there's a grindstone that can reach made of spectral energy that's just rolling right here, and going to work is just putting my head into it and grinding away little chips of my soul off.
Right.
And then the manager comes over, scoops them all up, weighs them, and puts out a amount of cash equal to their worth.
Oh my god.
That is what like low level subsistence jobs are. Entirely. Whether it's retail or security or I don't know, fucking know. Oh god, telecoms jobs where you're like tech support. Those jobs are all just, I swear, that's the best metaphor I've ever heard for them is you're being paid and the bits of your soul get ground off.
Yeah. Oh, this is interesting.
Oh?
Yeah. I may have a more basic problem. Let's see. Get started. Let's go. Log in. Log in again.
Okay, so the chat's talking about Jackula versus Razor Fist. Who wins?
Razor Fist?
Yeah.
Who's Razor Fist?
I'm gonna search it up. They might mean Razor Vine, in which case you have a better answer than me, but no way. Razor Fist.
Comic book character. Master of Kung Fu.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, there's also the
He's
also-
literally a dude with no hands, but he's got big blades on the end of them. They look like razors.
Oh.
and that's him. That's
Oh no, they mean the video game reviewer, critic, and hipster. I'm on the Drunken Peasants wiki right now. There's a guy, Razorfist, also known as the Rageaholic, Razorfist with a different umlaut, and Justin Keen. He's a metrosexual, contrarian hipster, and Paul's ego cosplayer that reviews games, shitty action films. He hates anything if it's mainstream. Okay, he's the immeasurably less erotic and infinitely crustier clone of Alpha Omega Sin. So I think that's the Razorfist.
the Rageaholic.
The world is our main character. Even
Yeah, I think they mean like another reviewer. Apparently a cringy one.
Ah.
Yeah, the chat is confirming.
Okay, it's the Rageaholic. Okay. Oh, let's
You
the
went
world
right.
is our main character.
You know, I will bet on you actually. So don't lose.
Oh, okay. Well, this guy just uses voice, so I win.
Yeah, there you go.
I win.
You got that video.
I'm handsome.
Handsome. You got a sleeveless shirt on, and oh my god, like I'm looking at my own video playing back to me, and I'm like, fuck, sleeveless forever, man.
Yeah.
I love this look.
Oh,
It's great.
dude, like there's a reason I fucking do it. Oh,
I gotta get shoulder tats or something. I think it would work for me. You think shoulder tats would work for me? Like dark, occult images I'm going with, probably.
Maybe.
Some kind
They
of summoning
might.
circle.
They might.
Like
man.
Seal of Solomon, mechanical octopus with Seal of Solomon on its head, and the seal goes right there, and the octopus goes down the arm. Yes, no, I think that works.
Hold on. All right. Bam. Update password. Log in. Log in. Log in. Log in. Okay, so apparently it looks like the real problem here is that for some reason I can't log in to their fucking website. I can't log into their fucking website. What the fuck is that? You know, that's some bullshit right there. You know? Good God. Well, you know what? Let me show you something I found where I was like, ooh. This is stupid dumb. This is I think this is like stupid cool.
Okay.
Oh, you think you could stop me from downloading pictures, which is a really stupid idea, by the way. You know, like, I really hate it when places do that. It's like, oh, you can't copy our pictures. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
Like push comes to shove, worst to worst, I can get a resolution roughly the same size as my screen by blowing it up and print screen. There's literally nothing you
exactly.
Like, that's the lowest possible solution.
Yeah.
The best one is, search Google for this image, find even better resolution version of it, and suddenly I have it.
Yeah.
It is the most, like these redundant bullshit features are like the bane of web development, because it's like, hey, can you make it do this? Yeah, but that doesn't do anything. I can make it do nothing. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I can make it do nothing. You are correct.
Okay, get a high, bam. All right, so now where did it put it? It put it in desktop. Bum. Here we go. Yeah, putting them up on the stream right now.
It'll take a second for me to see it. okay pants.
Yeah. They're pants
I'm gonna,
with
full screen
Lucifer
this.
stars on them.
Oh! Oh!
Yeah.
Are those leather or what is that?
They're jeans.
Oh, okay.
You know, they're black. They're black pants with black silk screening on them. That's.
I like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pentagrams everywhere, man.
Exactly.
I mean, like, I got 3 right now. I got the shirt, and I got my Satanic Temple beanie, and I got this cheap $15 steel ring, which I put on my keychain when I'm at work because I'm not allowed to wear jewelry at work. Because, I don't know. It's just, maybe it's a decorum thing. I don't fucking know.
What the fuck? What is this shit?
Well, if it's still the fire will.
Well, the basically, there we go. Oh, jeez. Okay. Now let's. All right, we have 2 alerts. All right. All right, that's, you know, one of them. Let's see, and what about the new subscriber one? Does that work?
I will test. Testing now.
Okay, go for it.
Unsubscribed and hitting subscribe button now. Anything?
No. No, we ain't got shit.
Oh, well, it made this thing pop up without sound. It says live stream alerts as subscribed.
Wait. What was that?
So it popped up this generic thing that said live stream alerts has subscribed.
Oh, yeah. That was probably when I tested it.
Okay, so
do me a favor. Do it again. Do it over again.
One more time. Unsubscribe. And subscribe. And ring that notification bell. So I'll leave that off. That's useful. That's really useful. Ben Rush, people still sell leather pants. What are you talking about? No one buys leather pants in public anymore, which is a shame. People should be flaunting that shit.
Oh.
I mean,
let's see. Huh.
Nothing.
Live stream notifier. Get a notification whenever your channel goes live. No. Let's see. Live sub alerts. All right, let's.
Hello and welcome to Satanic Tech Support, where we don't know what we're doing, but the devil's in the details.
Yeah.
How are you? So right now we are on my server RealKinda-1 on High Pickle. So if you guys want to come join, don't. Ow. Did I win? I probably didn't win. I probably didn't win. I'm probably didn't. Okay.
All right, I'm not getting information out of that. Live stream alert, working attitude, hyperspace, security camera, buying guide, alert notifications and site, Amazon review. What the fuck? Live streaming service doesn't work. Sundance Film Festival. The shit. The shit. You know? Yeah, maybe it's like new fucking subscribers, but huh. Yeah, I don't know what to do.
That sounds about right. That is how you'd have to get that product nowadays.
Yeah, which product?
Oh, good, like a good pair of leather pants. Had to go to a specialty store an hour from their house and have to special order a product that didn't have in store.
Yep. That sounds about right.
No one just sells leather pants off the shelves anymore. Because no one's buying them off the shelves anymore.
Yeah.
Gotta go use the internet.
True enough.
Speaking of the internet, I have those. You might have seen the picture of those like round circle shades I have. I ordered a new pair with red lenses, black alloy frames, and the red lens is roughly the same size as the circle patch of the Satanic Temple. So it's gonna be 3 red circles. And it's gonna be like a third eye type thing, with also like this weird black paramilitary look of like the 3 red sensors. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. I don't blame you. I'm probably gonna buy at some point. I'm probably gonna buy a red and purple version of my own shirt. Yeah, yeah, like that one. Oh man, I also I bought some
Angel might be able to
clothing.
Skype.
Oh, Moth Angel? Oh, okay.
And I think about,
I've
been talking about actually having the two of us on intermittently every now and then because we are both having obviously autisms. So we could share interesting experiences about that. That might be fun.
Yeah. Just give me a.
Will do.
Yeah, just give me a Moth Angel. Just send me a message, and we'll do that. Bam. Let's see.
Oh my god, I can't get over it. It's so comfortable. It's just so good.
Oh, I'm glad I could help.
I'm good. I love this.
Oh man.
It's still kind of swelteringly warm in my apartment, but I'm just kind of like licking the heat off through my exposed skin. And it's just not a problem. Ain't got that whole sweaty shirt collar effect going on. Very comfortable.
Yeah.
Let's see if it'll stay roughly not stupid looking. Because like when I freshly wash my hair and it just hangs down straight, I get this fucking Dylan Roof school shooter haircut.
Oh jeez.
Because my hair is just like perfectly fucking straight, right? So it sticks like that. I shaved it like really down to the stubble just a while ago, and I'm actually trying now to grow it back to its original length, which was my waist. And it stays like really smooth and sleek and low profile all the way to my waist, which is actually kind of nice. Doesn't bunch out or anything. Don't.
Okay.
Can't recall the impetus that made me cut it off in the first place. It was just maybe I was graduating and it was time for a change.
Right. All right. Hang on.
Whoa.
Hold on. Gotta figure out like.
I need my headbanging hair back, you know.
All right, we're waiting for Skype can't connect here. Yeah, whatever.
Oh, I hear a voice.
Yeah, she is not coming in loud and clear.
And the background in the stream just turned black.
Yeah, that was an accident.
Okay.
I did that, but I didn't mean to do that.
Okay.
It's got like fat fingers or something. Oh no, man.
I have long, spindly fingers.
You bastard.
They're creepy.
Let's see.
Listen real close. Where's the microphone? In front of the camera. Yeah. Knuckle cracking goodness.
Me.
Moth says that she cannot hear us.
Okay.
Can you see me now? Can you hear me?
Now, okay, now we can actually witness.
See you.
Oh. Oh, yay. Not sure what
Oh.
went wrong. So, and I'm at my dad's place, so.
So, you're not sure what went wrong. Here's the thing. The people who designed it would not be sure what went wrong. Welcome to the world of software engineering.
I'm glad to be here. No, but I'm at my dad's place, so I don't know. Maybe someone will burst in through the door at some point. Who knows? And yeah, and I realized I forgot my hairbrush at home, so this is what I have to work with.
So actually, since I do both have you on here, like, I have had this question, and of course, like, this is a question that I'm gonna have because.
Oh, wait, Night Elysia.
Nope, Night Elysia. Yeah, because I'm not. I am not an autistic person. So, what actually is it?
Information.
That's a 4-year diploma.
To even begin to identify what it is.
Well, as a person diagnosed with autism, the autism spectrum actually refers to 4 specific disorders which fall under the same category of having the same sort of neurological signifiers in the structure of the brain. So when someone says they're on the spectrum, they actually mean you have one of these 4 disorders. The idea of like a sliding spectrum where there's like an infinite number of points between pole A and pole B, that's not actually very accurate.
Oh, okay.
So that's more within like the the specific kind of disorders. Like you can be on the scale with Asperger's, you can be like very high functioning or very low functioning, and
although there
also
is
depending on your IQ, for example, if you have a high or low or normal IQ, that also impacts where you are in the functioning kind of scale.
There is a strong argument from within like the actual autistic activism community that the idea of functioning labels is kind of something that's been put onto us by people who don't have autism because it's how they interpret our experiences. It's like, oh, you're high functioning because we can understand and communicate with you. It's like, oh, well, that denigrates everyone else with my condition. Thank you.
Well, is that is that accurate? Is that the way it is?
That is kind of how I used to describe myself as high functioning, but I've put in some time thinking about it, and it's like, no, these are labels that are being projected on autistic people from outside, like from people without autism, which is not necessarily the best way to handle at least descriptions of how we fulfill a societal function.
No, like the way I would describe this, like the group I'm in with other people who are on the Asperger's spectrum, like you can feel that it's easier for me to communicate with some of them than it is to communicate with others. And it's not because I would say they are high or low functioning, it's just because where they are on the scale, they communicate in a different way. And as soon as you figure out the patterns and the way that they communicate, it becomes a lot easier.
Well, what is the
Well, a common
what are the signifiers? Like, what makes one autistic person harder to understand and communicate with than another? Because the more I look into any autism whatsoever, I feel like I get lost in a world of your guess is as good as mine. Which is a little.
Yeah, it isn't easy. Like the way I describe it again, it's that again you have a different way of communicating. Sometimes you can, when you talk to someone, they sort of miss the intention that you have with what you're communicating, and then they might, answer out left field or something like that, and then you just, you just try to explain a little bit and try to bring yourself closer together on the, on your communication. But yeah, it's not easy to define because we don't see ourselves as weird in that sense. It's just we communicate one way, and then people don't always understand that way, and then
and the thing is, being forced to communicate in a way that you're not naturally comfortable with, and you lack the general neurological plasticity to become comfortable in communicating that way. Being forced to behave, basically being forced to pass as normal and non-autistic for long periods of time in your life does lead to the development of other mental health issues like depression and anxiety.
Yeah, like I've always suffered from depression and anxiety, and my depression actually went away about 6 months ago, and I'm just all happy, which is nice. But it's, I don't know, like for the vast majority of my life, me communicating, that was not just something I did. It was a skill that I had to acquire, I had to learn, I had to practice at it. And then I hit a very low point when I was around 25, and that was right before I got diagnosed. And for about 1.5 years, I did not communicate at all. And then I kind of lost the skill, and I didn't know how to communicate probably. And then I slowly got back into the social life again, like with the slut pit, communicating online helped a bit, and then getting out in the real world, it took a bit of time, but it's kind of like rehearsing for just some sort of skill you have to acquire, like drawing, stuff like that. You keep going at it and trying to perfect it, but it's not coming to you naturally. So when I talk to people, I often have to remind myself about things I have to ask about, the tone of my voice and stuff like that, because I know I have to communicate in a certain way for them to understand me. And it's so it sucks.
Yeah, so there's so it's harder to naturally, I was going to say, it's harder to naturally mimic people.
Yes.
One thing I really noticed that really sticks in with me is that as a child, like this is my personal experience, and the experience of other autistic people is probably might be a lot different, but I'm going to share it because there might be some connection here.
Right.
But I found that as a child, like looking back at it with hindsight at least, I never had an instinctual desire to communicate. I had just instinctual desire to get what I wanted from people, and an instinctual desire to interact and share space and share like warmth and empathy and human kindness with people. But I didn't necessarily want to have to communicate to achieve those ends.
Well, I always wanted to communicate. I always had the desire to communicate.
Actually uncomfortable.
Yeah, but I always had the desire to communicate because I'm a very social person. But I've always had very difficulty like doing it and feeling comfortable about it, because either people wouldn't understand me, and I would say something and be like, please understand what I'm trying to say and what I'm trying to get at you, but they never did. And so I would either feel like I was standing just outside the group of people, and I was not really a part of the group. I was not really a part of the social interaction that they had. And other times it was, I don't know, it's just very frustrating. And then I just decided I wouldn't communicate at all. And again, sometimes you just get tired of social life, and then you just retreat for about a month and you don't want to talk to anyone. And people don't really understand that. It's just, I don't have the need to always be social.
Consider like the example of a gay man with internalized homophobia. Suppressing and hiding the fact that he's gay will probably cause him a lot of mental distress over a long time. Suppressing the natural tendencies that show up in a person who is autistic, like the differences in how you interact with other people, having to suppress those for a long period of time will cause mental distress. And the thing is, so April is Autism Awareness Month. I say awareness because the entirety of Autism Awareness Month comes from Autism Speaks, and I'll get into them in a while. I've told you about them before.
Yeah. We've
now I have
Autism
I don't
Speaks.
think I've heard about them. Are they
I
UK?
don't. They operate in the States. But basically, they do a lot of work to so I will find a chart. I have a chart.
Whoa. Chart?
I'm not going to be able to put it into the stream because it's on my phone, but I have a it has a percentages I would like to read off that make some sense.
All right.
Yeah.
Every time I open my photo gallery, I always forgot that I left it on porn. Yeah. Oh, that's another thing. People, the constant social conceptualization of autism spectrum disorders as a child's disease. It's like you don't grow out of it.
No.
You don't grow out of it. Stop looking for a cure. It's not really. One,
No,
it's
the
not.
only thing- the
It's
only
not
thing-
only with children, and it's not actually a disease because it's
No.
not. It's not.
Like the only thing you can do with someone who gets diagnosed as a child is that you can teach them skills, accept them, and also teach them skills to help them communicate with other people, so that daily life becomes a bit easier for them and the people around them. But that's basically all you can do, and again, try to make them aware of some of the limitations they might have, because like one limitation is that you often get very tired because of all the information overload all the time.
Yeah, and another thing with information overload, I luckily don't have a sound overload problem, so I can enjoy like heavy metal and bars. But I have friends who I've met in like autistic activist communities who love heavy metal music, but they can't play it very loud, or they can play it loud in their earphones, but they can't be sitting in a loud room with live music. It causes them like physical distress because they are incapable of
I have the same with
processing the sound.
with clothes and stuff. I always have trouble finding clothes because if it doesn't feel right on my skin, I can't wear it. And sometimes, like, especially at times when I have to go to bed, like I either wear pajamas or just wear a pair of panties. And I can't wear a pair of panties unless I'm like, okay, I want to be able to feel the sheet on my skin, on my upper body, and my back and my chest and stuff. If I don't want that feeling at all, I won't be able to sleep. I'll be awake for like the entire night until I put on a pajamas and then I'll fall asleep.
Got it.
Like, it's weird. I don't know.
All right. So the Autism Speaks budget, based from the 2015 nonprofit tax exemption form that they filed. 24% of their budget goes to fuel further fundraising efforts. Well, that's fairly obvious. We'll leave them at that. There's a small miscellaneous portion. 39% is based on awareness and legal lobbying, which is, and then another 32% is on research. Here's the thing. Their research is how to find prenatal signifiers that the fetus will develop into a child with autism, and then their lobbying is to develop legal reasons as to why, this fetus, it will become an autistic child. That should be grounds for abortion. That is the majority of autism of the works autism does.
Whoa.
When I said
Wait. They said that?
They said all their money.
Wait, did they actually say that? As opposed to, no, this is as opposed to, this is as opposed to,
okay, let me get this right. They didn't publicly come out and say this is our mission, right? They didn't make a mission statement.
Okay.
They follow where their money is going, how they're lobbying, what laws they are lobbying for, because they lobby always for, like, if you do a genetic screening, to increase the number of things which would let you qualify for a late-term abortion. And one of them is they have been doing it to. My words are failing me. Give me a second. So first, we'll start with the research. Their majority of their research isn't into different sociological tricks or possible ways to help autistic people integrate better with society. Rather, their research is into ways to find out whether or not to find better genetic signifiers for autism, and then their lobbying is allowing late-term abortions on basis of genetic signifiers. So when you put two and two together, you get they're looking for genetic signifiers of autism, and they want. I'm pro-choice, but the thing is, pro-choice goes up until viability outside of the womb, and the late-term abortion is supposed to be after, like stuff that falls into possibly after that point.
Right, right.
So, if you follow the trail, you can see this clear eugenics. There's clear path to eugenics.
Wow.
Also,
yeah, that's really bizarre.
That sounds so weird. Like they don't even seem to know what autism is, because it means that you are extremely strong in some areas. You have some very weak areas as well. But,
the STEM fields are built on the backs of autistic people. There's okay, like I've made the joke before. Vaccines do not cause autism. However, autistic people are overrepresented in the field of research science. There are many autistic people doing research science. So, autism may in fact cause vaccines.
Yay! We're awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you always see, like I'm at university now, and I know that there have been some bit of talk in the corners that they kind of like having people who are on the autism, like either have autism or Asperger's, because they get a bit of extra funding from the state, so they can make money out of us, which is good for them. But also we tend to be the ones who become experts in certain fields, like in very narrow fields we become like experts because we have those interests, and we just zero down into something, and we just learn everything, and we can't stop ourselves. So in that sense, we are good for society because we are highly specialized. We can get so many specialized people out of us, but at the same time, we're just people. That's it. We're just people. We communicate a bit differently, and we might have some weaknesses that need a bit of tending to, but it doesn't mean that we are like bad for society, a liability for society, or anything like that.
Yeah, which is the way that Autism Speaks likes to portray it. Are you familiar with, Moth, I'm going to ask this to you, are you familiar with ABA or IBI therapy?
No. Is that something special for autistic
It's something that Autism Speaks does. It's, if you've ever heard of like, quiet hands, or like, basically basically telling autistic kids not to fidget and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. It's super
like
common.
So,
yeah.
the ABA therapy, like the whole ABA therapy model, that's only a small innocuous piece of it. There's a large suite of basically using withholding of affection as a tool to mold behavior. And the majority of ABA therapy practice shared the same ideological root with the pseudoscience that eventually was used to develop gay conversion therapy. There's actually a very clear hierarchical relationship. You can see there the original research, the original like behavioral deterrent research that's even done by like Pascal. No, not Pascal. What's the fuck's his name with the bell? He rings in, the dog starts salivating.
Pavlov.
Yeah, who you're talking about? Yeah.
Pavlov. Yeah, Pavlov's research. The thing is, we should talk about how Pavlov was a psychopath later, but
he was sick too.
Oh yeah, no. The thing where he was shaking the bell for the salivary glands. The thing is, actually would surgically, like for other reasons, he would do major surgeries on the dogs he was using, including moving the salivary glands to the outside of the face. Pavlov is a horrific motherfucker. But some of Pavlov's contemporaries, who were the kind of people who would love phrenology, skull stuff for telling.
Yeah.
That was used as a justification for racism. That same tree of pseudoscience leads to the theories that were used to create gay conversion therapy and the ABA therapy that Autism Speaks uses.
Huh.
Yeah, it's the same ideological root. If you actually look at how this is the guy who influenced me to do the research, and I was influenced to do the research, etc., going back down the
that's just so weird.
There is a dynasty of abusive pseudoscientists, and they're actually, it's a very interesting rabbit hole on Wikipedia. I would recommend it. What the fuck is the fucker's name? You guys take over the talking for a sec. I'm gonna find the name.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I have to admit, that just sounds so out left field to me. Again, like we do it so differently here in Denmark. It's just.
Oh yeah, no. Welcome to America.
Yeah, I was
even though I'm Canadian.
Yeah.
Welcome to America. Because none of this shit's coming from up here. I tell you. Now we do have DuPont or whatever the fuck his name is that wanted to demolish cities in Quebec, but
And like the problem that we had here, like after I got diagnosed, is that if you get diagnosed, like you're just kind of thrown back into society. You're not really given a lot of help. You have to figure out a lot of stuff yourself, and that kind of sucks. But then again, you know, right-wing government, you know, cutting all the funding for mental health and stuff like that. But
here's another problem with ABA therapy. The training course to be an ABA therapist is 6 weeks.
Huh. Wow, that's not a lot at all. Yikes.
Isn't that kind of the same for
Oh man. Oh no, no, there actually is an ABA learning center right here in Vancouver. I also know there happens to be so the Autism Self-Advocacy Network, ASAN. These are the good activists. This is the good news. There are groups of people who know what they're doing and they're on the right side of the issue. So ASAN, or Autism Self-Advocacy Network. If you have autism and you're in North America, look them up. They will be very supportive and will love to have you in contact with them. They're good people.
And if you're in Denmark, Asperger Forening. So.
Oh, and then and then the first thing that shows up in Google, this is interesting, ABA therapist salary. Now I'm upset.
Oh, jeez.
Now I'm real fucking mad. Because hey, Jack, it's time for everyone's favorite game. Make money off the back of abused minorities by abusing minorities.
Yep, that sounds about right. That sounds about how it go. Oh, jeez.
No, but again, like I've talked to Trevor, like Trevor Apocalypse in the slot pit, like a lot of times, and you know, like the different like experience we have with the government of, you know, that we both have Asperger's is so different. Because like one day I came on, I was like, oh, I'm getting into this program from the government, and I'm a little bit uncertain, but it's great, and all that. And he was just looking at me like, I just wish we had a program. And then it felt kind of bad, but you know, like I get a lot of help from the state, and now I get a governmental visit every week from the state, which is okay, but a bit weird. So come to check up on me.
Alex, do me a favor. Subscribe and unsubscribe. So unsubscribe and subscribe again.
Okay. Like 8 times now. And subscribing.
The sound's still not working?
It's not working.
Oh.
It's not working.
It's not working. I have no idea what I am doing wrong.
So, because trying to look up my evidence stuff that I was look at this guy's name, I ended up finding the rabbit hole that is the counter, as it were, much like the alt-right is the counterculture to the SJW, and the alt-right is horrible.
Oh yeah.
No shit. No shit. There is a counterculture to knowing that autism activism, knowing that autism speaks is a bunch of douchebags. There's a counterculture to the stuff I'm describing right now, and I just found them. Oh, this is horrifying. And you know what? The thing I'm noticing in all their arguments right away, it's never about the autistic kid, even if he is severely impaired by like an extreme case. It's always about, oh, it's such a burden on the parents. It's such a burden on the parents.
Yeah, I have noticed that tends to be
That's
the
not
focus,
the point.
which is the strange...
maybe we should be helping the autistic child. Maybe we should be helping the person with the disability instead of the people around them.
Or maybe you should focus on, or maybe you should focus on having government programs that could help, like the parents and the rest of the family, maybe a bit financially, or with some sort of program that could, like,
as opposed to
Don't get
It's
rid
like,
of the child. Just give them a
like
helping hand.
here's a middle ground-ish headline that I still found really cringy and awful to read. It's how far should we go training autistic children to be normal?
I don't. No. No.
Oh, God.
Oh, I forget who his name is. There was someone who I think I'm not sure if he's American or Canadian, but someone who wrote a great book about everything like Asperger's and autism thing. And he actually came up with like a set of positive skills, social skills you get when you have autism. And one is that you are very, very strong in yourself. Like you're not going to change who you are for other people because you feel so secure in yourself. You're not going to pretend to be someone you're not, which is very positive. And you're also very loyal. You're extremely loyal and you're extremely kind. Like that's just some of the traits of autism. And my mom told me that there has been some sort of program on the TV here in Denmark where they were like following people with Asperger's syndrome around in their daily life. And they had some sort of expert who was working with these kind of people, and she was saying, well, she had never met nicer, more loyal people than those with Asperger's. She said, you cannot meet nicer people. That's just a part of who they are. So.
Well,
why change us?
You've clearly never met me, because I can be a total asshole. But that's just me.
I can do it too. Not intentionally.
I did actually, naturally, I did have that whole loyalty thing occurring. Like, I always wanted to, I would be loyal no matter what to whatever group of people group of friends would take me in throughout the elementary school. But I had some kind of really serious bullying issues in middle school, and I've kind of lost the ability to be loyal to a group. I'm loyal to packs of individuals. Like I like you, and I know you're just an asshole who's hanging on. I will show you none of the loyalty I show the rest of this group. So I've never actually really been able to be loyal to a group or a structure anymore. It's the only loyalty I can show is to other individuals, which is kind of leading me down the dilemma path written by Aleister Crowley of the whole idea of the power of the individual will. And I'm having a fun time. All of that. That.
Like with me, I sometimes find it difficult because, again, having a bit of issues with the whole social game, I cannot tell when people are messing with me, even if they're doing it just for fun. And even if they're doing it just for fun, I become very upset afterwards because all I can think is, there's something, why can I not see it? Why can I not detect it? And I will analyze it over and over and over. And because of that, I sometimes find it difficult to trust other people because I'm like, I can't tell if, they're messing with me and stuff like that.
Right.
But then at the same time, I also have a very good detection of if someone is just clearly bullshitting and being a shitty person. So I don't know why. I don't know, it's a bit arbitrary. But, I try to work with it.
For me, because I'm 6'8", I've never been in a situation where I feel threatened by other people, except for me feeling socially threatened. The thing about that is, social constructs and social relations are a total illusion, and I can see.
Say that again.
Social interaction, the constructs which we think social interaction must occur, are an illusion.
They must
occur
is
in a
everything.
certain way. Yeah, exactly. But that's exactly it. The thing is, these social, everything's an illusion. But in some cases, that illusion can be manipulated. And the trick I have is we were on the thing before the thing. I lose my train of thought a lot. That's another part of my experience.
Yeah, right. I do that too. If I have a conversation and then all of a sudden my brain latches on to some sort of pattern, either within the conversation or around, just goes for it, and I'm like, wait.
Pattern? Pattern? Where's the pattern? Show me the pattern.
And you can't really do anything. Your brain just ticks off.
So what is, I was saying social construct is illusion. For what point was I trying to illustrate? Something about...
I think something about me not being able to like tell when people are bullshitting, like or kidding, not messing with me, but at the same time I have a good
Yeah,
bullshit
but
meter.
after that, between the two things,
Not sure. Sorry.
I've lost it. I lost Jack. Help.
Not. I don't know where you were going, man. You know.
I got stuck. I got lost in the pattern detection. I can't get help. Like, if you wanna keep me staring at the floor for hours, you get one of those carpets with one of those intricate like Mobius strip designs that like, wait, that's physically impossible. Why am I looking? No, those things bug the shit out of me. I can't fucking deal.
It's very odd. Like
that one picture of the bridge that becomes the sailing ships.
Yeah.
I can't look at that thing for more than 15 minutes without my head hurting, but I can't look away, so my head just starts hurting. I'm just... It's basically a sigil of pain. It's a sigil of pain and paralysis.
Oh, jeez.
I can't fucking look away from the fucking thing.
Oh, jeez.
And it's so bad if it's some sort of pattern that's within one of the topics that just it really interests you and have snatched onto your brain. If all of a sudden you see a pattern there, you're gone for a week. Like your brain just takes off, doesn't care.
Like sometimes I can be intently listening to someone and I notice that there's a mathematical pattern in the pronunciation of their syllables, and I'm like, this is really fascinating. Oh, not what you're saying. The sound of what you're saying is really fascinating.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no!
Yeah.
What have I done? I've paid attention to them and ignored them at the same time.
Like
That's possible.
That's probably one of the things about an autistic brain, Jack. That's it. If it sees a pattern and it latches onto it, and if there's something that, for one reason or another, interested, it takes off, and you are unable to live properly until it decides, okay, I gotta get off this high for a little while.
Are you able to notice patterns of behavior?
Sort of.
No, not really.
Okay.
I think for me it's a learn. I think it's a learned skill for me though. I don't think I have a natural advantage. I just
I'll say the same.
Because there's also there's this thing. It's like so we're going to talk about language police, but it illustrates an interesting point, and don't let me lose it this time. So there's a debate going on about whether it's right to say autistic person or person with autism. And the general debate is to say autistic person, because you don't say a person with blackness.
Yeah. That's kind of, that doesn't, no.
Right? Because that makes like, you're a person first and black second. And it's like, wait, that should sound right, but it doesn't.
Yeah,
You're a person first, but you're black.
Yeah, with me, like noticing patterns with like social constructs, like texting on my phone. Like I've noticed patterns, especially with my parents and stuff like that, on the way that they text, and with my sister as well. So, but again, I think it's a learned skill. Like again, it's a part of the social game.
It actually really helped me in English class, because it's like, oh, this author sets their prose up like this when they're about to reveal a plot point that is like this. And it's like, this could be something that even the author wasn't conscious of while writing, but I picked up on it. So
yeah, I always did good in literature class as well. Not as much with like the prose, but I've always been able to see patterns with metaphors and references and stuff like that. So I think the patterns there.
So you can follow the linguistics, but for example, you can't notice something like that guy is very under... Whoa! Hold on.
What?
Very quickly.
What?
Snaggletooth, I don't know what you did, but you cracked the code.
He sent you $1.
He sent me $1, and it actually did the alert. Yeah, dude, you are...
Functions.
There we go.
Doing the victory dance.
Because the internet has a shame culture around female nudity, She can't flash her tits. I will do it for you.
Oh.
Have a nipple.
Oh.
Show you my bra. Woohoo! You show you my bra. Yay!
Ooh, it's a pretty one.
Like, there you go. So yeah.
Hopefully that won't get you flat, Jack.
Oh, probably
Showing
not. That'll be fine. I'm not like, okay, hold on. So you can notice immediate patterns, like things which repeat swiftly, but I'm getting the feeling that social patterns that happen over an extended period of time, not so much.
No, I guess that's something that I learn, and it's just a way of being able to communicate easier with other people.
Yeah. Because something I know that I do, and I know that I'm unusual in this. Like this is something not most normal people don't do, which is you're watching someone and you're like, all right, this is how this is going to go down. She is going to talk to the bouncer. She's going to walk upstairs. She is going to try to go to the bathroom 3 times and then get a gin and tonic. She will then sit in that right corner. And then she will dance. Like realizing that people exist in these weird patterns.
Yeah, I can't see that. Like, even that seems like a specific example, but even like the most like mundane, common thing of that, I can't pick up or look into that shit with people.
Yeah. That to me is second nature. Like
same with
when I walk up to somebody, who I know who they are, but I have no idea what they're about to do. Now,
interesting.
I can logically extrapolate. Okay, they're this kind of person, so they might do these things. But I can't. But it's all in a very hypothetical sense. I can't feel it in sort of that weird pseudo-experimental. I'm in the moment and I can feel the pattern kind of thing. I can only guess.
And the thing is, with me, like I always practice, how do you say, conversations and social gatherings in my mind all the time. But the thing is, like when I then go to meet someone and talk to them, it's nothing like I've practiced, and then I'm kind of lost. So, if I try to do the things I practice, people are just like, no, weird. Like I'm just gonna go over here and see you.
I relate so much. I will talk to myself in the shower of like how I want to tell an interesting story I have in mind, and it's like, or maybe I should just make sure I get the details right and come up with how I'm telling it on the spot. No, I will go through the whole thing right now, and it never works.
No, like one thing I've been told is that if I tell something that happened the other day, I always get into storyteller mode, and I just found that works for me because I know how to do that. So that's what I do, and people don't seem to hate that too much. And I also just have to notice, Dutch Chairman is in the chat. I sent him money because I need one of Jack's t-shirts, so if he fucks me over, now all
we know. I know him on Overwatch. Oh shit, someone said
Yeah. It turns out, here's the weird thing. Thank you, Late Horror Show. Yay! Okay, now we just have to perfect this little alert thing, because now it's fucking working, which is fucking beautiful. All right, but we're talking about shirts. Okay, so I was going to do something in Europe, but there's one problem. That's considered an entirely separate campaign.
Oh,
and the problem is like, look, you guys are falling.
Yeah, and so basically what I would have to do now I could do it, but the thing is it'd have to be a smaller run, and they would probably cost a little bit more just to ensure that they get printed. Because the way it works is, if you set up a campaign and you're like, I want to sell this many, and they're like, all right, well, you got to charge at least this amount for us to print it if you fail.
Bitch, we got to get our money back.
Yeah, because bitch, we got to get our money back. Now, like, the interesting thing is there is this thing called, in Teespring, called tipping, which is when the campaign tips basically goes over the amount that you, the quantity of items that you set the campaign up for. The amount you get increases. You know, the amount you get increases, but the thing is that it doesn't really matter until you're doing stuff in the hundreds. Like, technically speaking, technically speaking, the Baphomet t-shirt campaign tipped twice.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, but it was a run of 20. So it tips twice. It did me a little bit better those times that it tipped over, but it didn't really, like, yeah, you know, it's not huge amounts of cash. I the grand total, I think, I want to thank everybody actually for making that very successful. That did way better than I was expecting, and some things we're planning on doing in the future is...
I'm really hoping for and cannot wait for is, because I was noticing Teespring was just advertising random designs to me because I had bought from them before, so the whole Google Analytics adds it to my advertising profile.
Right.
And I was just like, so obviously I see a Teespring ad and it's got your show on it. That makes sense. And I scroll, oh, I haven't seen these shirts. Oh, they're from small independent creators like you. Oh, I hope someone saw your shirt who has no idea who or what you are and just bought one.
Me too.
And then it's like, oh man, this is an awesome shirt. What's it about, by the way?
Yeah, what's this about? What's going on?
And then I can bring them home.
Sorry, that was my dad. Nej tak, det er fint. Jeg skal nok sige til. Sorry. My dad just wanted to ask me if I was hungry. Yeah, that's my dad. He asked me if I was hungry, so. So you got to hear a little bit of Danish.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, there used to be a young lady named Sophie Lib that we used to know. She was also Danish.
Ah.
She was one of the Tigwatig forum reviewers. God, like, do you even know what that is? If I say that, okay, all right. So back in time, back in the day, we were a bunch of the people that me and Guru were part of a group of people that cut their teeth on internet videos in the That Guy with the Glasses forum, which
that's where I found you.
Yeah. That was a really interesting petri dish because we ran into a lot of people. There was the Obscure, there was Paladin Demo, Phil Bunny, Tony Goldmark, the Idiot's Lantern, RGB Productions, and one of them was called That Girl in the Bowler, and she eventually changed her name to then it was that Some Danish Girl, and then I think eventually it was just Sophie Lib. But she's Danish. The whole point of that was that I have heard Danish before from her.
Ah. So do you think it sounds like a potato in mouth, throat cancer, or like Elvish from Lord of the Rings? I've heard all three.
I think Elvish from Lord of the Rings would be a little too generous. But
I got it. Elvish with the potato in your mouth.
Because to me, Elvish sounds like Welsh.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the same with me. But the funny thing, I was Wales when I heard that. Someone told me they thought it sounded like Elvish. I was like,
my high school English teacher spoke fluent Welsh, and it was a sight to behold.
Yeah, I can say a few words,
the names of places.
I was never
in
That's
Welsh is like 45 syllables for like telling you what the name of that bar is.
Yeah. Well, but to get back onto the autism topic. So this
I live
is
a life never off it.
Yeah, so yeah, I can't imagine what that's like because I move socially very easily. You had said that if someone approaches you, you don't have an instinctual understanding of what this means.
Like if they're a perfect, yeah, I like why I've learned to ask at the very least, why are you approaching me?
Yeah,
then I have to actually wait for them to make some kind of action beyond the approach for me to figure anything out.
Wow. So okay, so you don't have that. So you don't have that like hairs on your arm, like stand up instinctual reaction.
Well, for me, it's like I don't really get that now. I do like if they look angry, I'm kind of like, why are they approaching me? They look angry, and then it goes like 1, 2. Oh, this is probably a problem.
Right. Yeah. For me, that's instantaneous. It's like they look angry after like just a millisecond of looking at them, being like, "All right, it's fight time."
That's why
I have more problems, I would say, because I have really big problems looking people in the eyes. I try to look at their foreheads just to make an illusion that I'm looking at their face, but sometimes I'm just I'm looking in the eyes. Okay, now I'm not. Now I am. Now I'm not. Like, is it too much? Is it too little?
What is it about looking at the eyes?
I have no idea, but I can't do it.
It's physically impossible. It's like I was once made aware of it before I got the diagnosis, and I was like, why am I not looking at people's faces, And I was like, oh, that's weird. So once I tried, and I could not physically move my head and my eyes to look at someone's face and in their eyes. I couldn't do it. I don't know. It's just completely impossible for me. My brain completely shut down, panicked, and said no.
Oh,
so, wow. I don't know.
For me, it's very much the same, except in one occasion when it was with friends. Like I can give like a glance for a second, and then I'll stare around them, and then I'll like make direct eye contact for half a second. So like when it affects not necessarily the different quantitative but different qualitative levels. But one of my things is when I'm getting really focused on a specific topic, and it's like something really important that I absolutely must say in much, and I must like impress it. I have like a strong inclination inside me that I must impress this important information on you. I will like snake around you to make sure I'm maintaining eye contact for every fucking syllable. So sometimes it's reversed. Sometimes I can't, like, when you have normal eye contact, you naturally kind of just keep it there, and then you break it. Like, that's how I've been told it's supposed to work.
Yeah. That is how.
But for me, it's either I'm looking away, make it, or I'm.
Listen to me, Morty. Listen to me, Morty. We got to get this right on top.
Okay,
yeah,
so it's kind of like. So it's like kind of when it's like when I aim with the mouse. In Overwatch, it's real easy to overshoot the target when you're moving the thing around, but the eyes are a natural like stopping point. Like they have a it's like a perceptual snap to guide feature.
Okay. There's my sniping vision, which is the stay on target.
Yeah, tunnel vision. So tunnel vision is easy.
Yeah.
Well, tunnel vision, it happened. I can't consciously do it. It comes when I'm specifically trying to like warn someone of something important, or like, dude, you gotta listen to me. There's this thing. This is the thing.
Well, tunnel vision is not a voluntary act, and not generally a voluntary action.
Okay.
That's one of those you're concentrating so hard you've forgotten about everything else.
My tunnel vision is basically very intense.
Okay, so that's a simple thing to do.
Like intense enough to scare someone. Like intense enough to scare someone down the street who has like met me before.
Got it.
Like I get kind of the same, but not as intense as you do. Like if there's something either there's a piece of information I really want to convey to someone, like before I meet them, and then when I meet them, I can't relax in the conversation before we've talked about this, or maybe we are already talking, and then all of a sudden my brain is like, poof, this piece of information, gotta tell that person, and then I have to convey it before I can relax again in the conversation.
Line up your mystic windows.
But the eye contact thing, I have so much problem with it. Like sometimes it's try, and then I always become like, I'm not sure if I'm doing it right. If I'm looking too much in your eyes, am I looking in your eyes the wrong way? No, I'm looking away. Was that wrong? So I always start questioning myself, and then I can't, focus on the conversation. So I always just end up like.
Well, it also sounds like you don't have that natural instinct to look someone in the face.
No, I don't. But at the same time, right now, I'm constantly looking over at the chat because I need to see your past reactions to what I've been saying, because otherwise I'm not sure how, like, of our communication right now, because I need to see the face to know how I'm doing with the communication stuff.
Oh,
so
I see. Okay.
But it's difficult. So
I kind of learned to look people in the face, but I can't actually... Like, I can't read subtle facial expression. I can't tell, for example, I cannot, period, tell when someone is hitting on me. I can't.
Well, you're not alone in that. You're not alone in that.
But you have to like, it's the point where you have to start physically rubbing against me before I get it.
Well, most people are like that, actually. That is not unusual. That is not unusual.
So it's like that.
Flirtation is really, 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 really difficult.
So that weirdness that comes with flirtation, imagine that taken out of the romantic and sexual context and added to all your types of social
and that's just everything. That's just
everything all the time.
Even like if someone, whether or not someone's happy.
I can. Yeah. Well, people smile when they're happy. I've learned that one. I know that.
Yeah. But like an example I can give is that once I was at home visiting my mom, and then at one point her boyfriend goes to bed, and then my sister's like, "Oh my God, he's so mad and upset," and I've been like talking to him all evening. I haven't noticed at all. They knew that he was very upset, and apparently some of the things we were talking about made him even more angry and upset because it was some stuff he was angry about. But I didn't notice. Like he looked completely the same to me, and especially with my mom's boyfriend, for some reason I have such trouble like reading his moods and stuff like that. I have such trouble with him. I don't know why. But it has become a little bit better lately. I can like read extreme emotions, like he's happy, he's angry, but anything in between, no, I can't do it.
For example, I can tell when someone is like silently fumingly angry because they've got like increased breathing and stuff, and that's kind of easy for me to pick up on. But as an example, I can't tell the difference between quietly brooding and quietly content. I can't tell.
Like one thing I've learned is that when people stop paying attention to me, they're no longer listening to me. No, they're ignoring me. I've learned that. So I can tell when someone is ignoring me. But for some reason, my brain cannot stop me from keeping talking to them and trying to draw them back in, because my brain becomes desperate like that.
Basically,
yeah.
If the subtlety is over, there's a certain threshold of subtlety, and if it's below that threshold, then it's not like large and expressive. And then combining that with how much attention I'm paying, how familiar I am with the person, etc. There's different levels of, can I even pick up on your emotional expressions?
Yeah, like, new people, it's so difficult to read them. Like, people I know, like my parents and my sister, it's sort of easy. But new people, it's just like I have to concentrate and I have to work so hard. So after I met new people, I come home, I'm exhausted for days. I can't talk to other people because I'm just like, nope. Still working everything over in my mind.
Like, when I'm walking somewhere, new people are the obstacles on the street that you avoid as a skills challenge.
Wait, what?
If I'm walking down the street and there's other strangers on the street, even if they have some really interesting thing or whatever, if I'm walking down a crowded street, I'm like, you aren't people, you are physical obstacles. I will not touch you. That is the job.
Yeah, kind of like that. Like,
but when it comes to like new people at a party, I'm just kind of like, I greet them in much the same way I would greet a house pet. Oh, hello.
Like
You're here now. Hi.
I found it easier to
I'm here
communicate
too.
with my mother's dog than to communicate with people. I don't know why.
Oh yeah,
My
no.
mother's dog is easy.
At a party, the first thing I will do is gravitate to the house pets because I feel like I have to know them first because they're clearly they are the most understanding people in the room, and I have to build a rapport with them so I can retreat to them if something goes
Yeah, because
poorly.
it's so easy to pick up on their body language, and it's so easy to just adjust your body language to the.
They commute almost entirely through body language alone, so there's kind of like, oh, and also animals develop specific sets of body language to use against humans specifically.
Yeah. They talk to dogs, for example. Their whole deal. The reason they bark and the sounds that they make, that's not to communicate with other dogs, it's to communicate with humans. There's certain behaviors that cats do that are also like this. You know.
Rachel didn't recognize me in the chat and called me cute.
Oh, it's Alex. It's brother Alex.
And Jessica thinks I'm pretty, so thanks, Jess.
Thank you for the compliments. It really warms my heart.
Now here's this is very interesting. So actually, you might have a piece of. Yeah.
Jack, let me do this. Let me plug for you for a second.
Oh, okay.
The reason I seem so cute today is because I'm wearing a sleeveless shirt.
Yeah.
You should buy one the next time Jack has a t-shirt sale.
Well, I think Rachel did.
Yes, she did. She posted it.
She posted it on Twitter, and I shared it because it was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh man, she also got herself a haircut.
Yeah, the.
Yeah. Seriously, I've been seriously considering it.
Mohawk. It's so cute. I love the mohawk.
I really want to get my long ass hair back.
Ooh.
Like I used to have down to the waist hair back in high school, and I cut it off when I graduated because I had some kind of like, oh well, I need some kind of change or some kind of thing, and it's like, I guess this is something I can do to change myself very rapidly.
Yeah, the hair is always the best thing to change.
Remember, it's a small, highly religious Christian town, and I developed the nickname of Jesus, and I was a Satanist in high school, so that was a fun time.
So there was something I wanted to ask you about. So you had mentioned that you've dropped acid before.
Very tiny amount, and it might have been LSA, not LSD.
I don't know what LSA is.
It's a very, very weak very, very weak substitute that doesn't really work. I think it's drawn from. My buddy Ernst sent me a text. He used to be a psychedelic guy, but he kind of dropped out of the culture. But he's got deeds at least. LSA is basically an entheogen replacement for LSD that's extracted from. It's basically an analog for it that's extracted from morning glory plants, I believe. So it's supposed to be a similar effect. It was only like the guy who gave it to me said, "Oh, this is only a quarter of a regular dose," and it was like it's supposed to be like a weaker analog. So I really don't think I went anywhere with it. So I will put that beforehand. But continue your question.
Jack?
Okay.
Okay, you didn't fall asleep. Okay.
No. I was.
Disclaimer,
So
I didn't.
here's the question. So here's the question. Did you have visual hallucinations?
Minorly. What it was specifically, as a person with autism, I notice patterns very naturally. One of the patterns that I normally notice in stuff is faces. I have like a facial recognition, so I know what to avoid basically because I can't. It's very weird having that combination.
That is very. It's very weird. Yeah, that is
wanting
very
to look
weird.
at faces and seeing them everywhere is a bad time. And when I was on this substance, which I was told has comparable effects, it's like I can see faces in everything. Everything has faces. The world is. The molecules are looking at me. Jack, the molecules are looking at me. I don't like this.
Ah, I see. Like,
It wasn't necessarily a bad trip, but it was like, why is everyone staring at me? There's no one in the room, Alex. Yeah, but why is everyone staring at me?
Oh, I couldn't handle that. Like,
Interesting.
being the center of attention or having like a lot of attention on me, no go. Like, I panic. I can't do it.
So, okay, that's very interesting. So you have the, you obviously still have the human capacity to see faces and everything, you know, because that's a human thing.
Yeah.
With I have increased pattern recognition and a desire to not generally look people in the face from a social perspective.
So how do those?
You add hallucinogens, and it's a fun time.
Yeah, and everything has a, you know, sometimes everything has a face. Yeah. So, question. So, sorry, I'm trying to.
Why is my phone giving me the stink eye right now?
I don't know. Like, trying to think of like how to put this. So, could you look them in the eye? Could you look the faces in the eye?
There were too many of them, and they were moving too quickly.
Okay. So
I was seeing them.
But you saw them.
And I've seen them, and I was seeing them. Well, it wasn't necessarily I was seeing them. I was seeing that they could see me.
Interesting.
I was perceiving that they could see me through my sense of sight.
Okay, all right.
As opposed to
as crazy as that sounds, I actually know what you're talking about there.
Yeah.
So, okay, but they move, is what you're telling me.
Well, it's kind of like that effect of when you're at a train station and the train starts moving, but you think the platform's moving. It's like, are the faces moving, or is my ability to conceptualize them
Right. You know, what's moving? You know, which one's moving? That kind of like when two trains align.
I'm moving?
Yeah, when two trains align, all of a sudden you have that question about like, wait, which one of us is moving?
Yeah, so that's how I see I see my perception of the things moving.
Interesting. Okay, so because when I see faces and things, they stay still.
Yeah,
they're just there until like the shadows move or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that like these things are moving too fast for you to track.
Well, here's the thing is that I don't necessarily see them as faces. I still recognize them as it's my brain picking up the pattern of a face.
Right.
It's not necessarily a face, but it's.
But it sounds like you're having a similar difficulty maintaining focus on it, but from a completely different angle.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know, like
I don't know if this is like completely out left field from what you guys are talking about, but I know like when I dream, I'm very good at remembering my dreams. But when I dream and there's other people in the dream, I still have the difficulty, you know, looking at the faces. So that's always the one thing I have very much difficulty to remember when I wake up is the faces of people. And the people I dreamt about, even if I've been dreaming about my own family members and stuff, because I've always been looking at other parts of their body and stuff like that in the dream as well. And also, like, if I have a more storytelling kind of a dream, I can remember what the faces look like, not because I looked at them, but because I have an idea of the description I gave their faces in the dream.
So, question for Rachel in the chat right now. Are you familiar with the artwork of Zdzislaw Beksinski?
Say that 3 times fast.
Yeah. I know I cannot.
It's Polish.
Okay.
You know the artist I'm talking of, Jack?
I think I do.
He does all those creepy oil paintings with like the dust cyst colored palette.
Let's see. How do you spell his name?
Just put ZDZ in Google and you'll find it.
ZDZ. Okay.
ZDZI. Zdzislaw Beksinski. You'll recognize his work the moment you see it.
Zdislav. Ah, yes.
This guy.
Yeah. This dude.
What was the last name again? What is Beksinski?
Beksinski.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, let's.
They're cool. I like those.
Yeah. This I've been kind of like just digging into the world of his art, looking through all his stuff recently, and it's like, oh, this is fun shit.
Oh yeah. He's great.
The person on the skeleton horse, I think it's the girl. The girl on the skeleton horse.
He's also I think he's the one that did like that very common one, which is like the fluted. He's like the desiccated corpse flautist with like 1,000 fingers.
Yeah.
Oh, he has a picture of some lovers as well. It looks like.
I'll post this one into the Skype. This is the one that pretty much anyone will recognize. That's my porn folder. Have that pop up. Because
no, these are good. I like them.
Yeah. And like any good horrific artist, he was murdered by his protege, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
that could make for a great movie.
His protege it was basically over money. Like the protege was stringing him along for extra spending cash, and because he was living with him, and he was like, "No, I don't want to give you any more." And so then they end up getting an argument, and I'm pretty sure he stabbed him to death.
Oh, jeez.
So yeah, I'll put this one in the Skype chat. This is the one that everyone will recognize.
All right. 2 secs.
Ah, yes.
Crawling.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one before. Not sure where, but yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Crawling Man. I think that's what that piece is called.
Is it just me, or does it look like something straight out of Lovecraft?
Yeah, that's. It's got that surrealist horror going on. Yeah, I love his color palette. It's just like this slightly diseased, dusty look on everything. It's like, oh.
Oh, by the way, Alex, can I ask you, like when it comes to literature and art and stuff like that, when we have to describe it in this very, what can I say, flowery sort of language, using metaphors and all sort of imagery.
Yes.
Like, do you find that skill can be applied to when you're trying to communicate with other people in your normal life? Like you're trying to be very descriptive, to make sure they understand. Yeah, because I do that a lot.
For me, like patterns I did opera. I studied opera for about 4 years while I was going to Yule in high school. And sheet music and computer code have really similar patterns to me. It's really funky.
Well, I can see that because they're both like mathematics systems.
Yeah, they're both mathematical systems with certain hierarchical forms. Like I'm developing my own system of sigils for chaos magic because I kind of dabble.
Music is really interesting that way. It's pure math. It's pure math as sound. It's weird. Yeah, it's why the Pythagoreans were also musicians. It's how they developed string instruments.
One of the most weirdest fucking things I've ever heard was a sound profile of an irrational number, but a specific ratioed one that would basically never create repeating tones.
Was it pi?
No. It was like they took irrational numbers and then they used like a sonar distribution method. Yes, Rachel, I did study opera for a while. No, I won't do it right now because it's 4 in the morning and my neighbors and I have thin walls.
Well, it's
They'll have to catch me earlier. Lucky you. Luckily, I don't have work tomorrow, so I can just.
Well, it's Easter. We all have time off.
Yes. I don't think Easter. I think one of the Easter holidays is a statutory holiday in Canada. That's the name of my country. Here's the thing. As another autistic thing, I will forget very common words. I will forget participles and basic adjuncts like
I tend to forget words a lot as well, but it has as much to do with the fact that I study English at the moment, so 90% of my daily life is in English. So when I communicate in Danish, all of a sudden I'm like, oh no, can I just speak to you in English instead? It's easier. So, but yeah,
like,
sometimes.
Oh, wait, what's that thing? There's the bread, and then the food, and then the more bread. What's that called? Damn it. Sandwich.
Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, as for Rachel, you asked what my voice range is. I am basse profundo.
I should get back to my like singing routine. I haven't been for a couple of years, and it irks me because I used to be. I don't know what my range was, but I used to be able to go down and do like warm up with the bass voices of the men, and at the same time I was the first soprano, so I can go up to the highest. So
nice.
Yeah, so if you listen to like live versions of Jane Doe by Within Temptation or the other side, the other part of me or the other side of me, I think it's called, by them as well. Like the high notes she could hit, I could hit those at one point, but I'm completely out of practice, and it irks me because I love to sing.
To hear me talking.
I can do a deep voice too.
This whole day.
Oh man.
Jack, can I just mention something with your t-shirts really quick?
Sure.
Yeah. I noticed when I had to order it, Dutch Chairman, he went down to the link in the description of one of your videos.
Yeah.
And it didn't connect to the page. So, but I went to the website itself, and I just searched for Baphomet t-shirt, and then it came up like all the t-shirts. So if people have trouble finding them, that might be why. And also, it's fucking expensive to get it to Denmark. But I'm lucky that Dutch is helping me out, because I noticed that it would be about $30 for like base cost just to ship it to Denmark. But then when I had to go pick it up, I had to pay tax and all of that stuff, and then it would become like 60 to 70 bucks instead for me. So, but Dutch is helping me to make it stay around $30. So, but yeah, it's expensive to get your shit to Denmark.
Oh man. Well, I'm glad. Well, I'm glad that it's happening.
Good merch.
Well, we have to pay for our socialism somehow, right?
Yep. Oh man.
Okay, I feel
that's socialism.
I feel I should repeat this because it bears repeating. Jacob Martin in the chat. Black people who love anime on Twitter have some savage memes.
They do.
I will not dispute this. Savage memes.
Oh, okay, come on. We can do this. So, this is very interesting. So, I want to get back a little bit to the faces while tripping thing, because this to me is really super fascinating. All right, so these faces move too quickly for you to follow.
No, remember we are calling them faces as the common term of nomenclature because it's easier just to say faces.
Right.
To be more specific, they're not necessarily called. They weren't necessarily faces. They were objects which I could easily perceive as faces that I did not normally see.
Right. Yeah,
we'll just call them faces.
Yeah, we can just call them faces because that's what I'm talking about.
There was sort of this canny knowing that they weren't faces. They look like faces, but they
That's what I mean when I talk about the experience myself. That's what I mean by you don't think that these things are real.
Yeah.
You just realize that it's something that you're seeing. You know, it's the difference between what is known as a psychedelic. It's the difference between a hallucination and a delusion.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there was a better way of putting it. Hang on, I just gotta test this real quick.
I hallucinated once in my life, and I was aware of the fact that I was hallucinating.
Yeah.
But
on the topic of
that wasn't drugs though.
Mystical experiences. Remind me to show you my chaos magic stuff that I've just been working on before the night is up.
Oh, sure.
I did some fun shit. I've always a big part of chaos magic is drawing sigils, right?
Yes,
But
it's the major part.
I've always had trouble figuring out good sigils on paper. Or I can make like long winding chains of like squiggles and circles that make these very interesting mystical patterns that are great for embellishment of a mystical object I'm putting on paper.
Mhm.
But when it comes to actual specific individual sigils that are like supposed to be the forefront centerpiece, I've always had trouble coming up with good ones. I figured out how I do mine.
Oh,
I figured out my technique.
What is it?
So my sibling has always been slightly my mystical tutor and my introduction to the whole mystical thing. I ended up it started with they went into a shop for like they wanted to buy some crystals and some witching goods and stuff because they're a witch.
Right.
And I just like, oh, okay, I'll buy some incense. I like incense, and then I come back for some more incense, and I pick up some like fancy little coins, like these fake little Chinese coins with a square punch in the middle, and I melt some wax on them, and then scrape it off, so it's like the gold showing through the colored wax in the relief, and it's like, oh, these are nice. Because I have like a little arts and crafts hobby, and then I've just basically they just keep encouraging me to just get deeper and deeper into it, and it's like, so. Mystical tutor. So we were going out to the big Daiso in the Richmond area near Vancouver. What Daiso is like a big Japanese dollar store.
Yes.
And while I'm there, it's like, wait, this is a dollar store that sells chisels and wood blocks? It's like, yeah. Fuck, I'm buying some. And I figured out where my sigils come from. I take a cube piece of wood, and I take some chisels, and I start cutting away at it until a pattern starts to form. And I use that as like a stamp to actually stamp sigils down using like paint or ink or whatever I have on hand.
Oh, that sounds cool.
And it creates some really interesting shapes. I can go get them if you're interested.
Yeah. Tell you what, let me get a cigarette, and I would love to see this.
Okay, well, can we take our break?
Yeah, let's take a break, and we shall return.
So Rachel, quickly before the break, Rachel just studied something. It turns out that while the painting is co-equally called The Crawling Man, it turns out that personally, Zdzislaw Beksinski refused to provide titles to any of his paintings.
Yeah.
And that's just, for a surrealist horror artist, that's just like... That's how you should do it. All right. Let's go. Take our break. So I got you folks alone, huh? You can hear me, yes? By the way, if you cannot currently hear me, can you currently hear me? You cannot currently hear me. Dutch, show us the hairy chest again. Okay. Hairy chest. Hairy chest.
Yes. I got food.
Food. So yeah, we can hear each other. The chat cannot hear us right now.
Oh my god.
And now
Let's
the chat,
Let's see.
chat is telling me to do a dance and to strip my shirt off. Well, no, not right now.
I can lift up my shirt. Do you want me to lift up my shirt? I can do that. Chat.
Oh, you can hear us. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I shouldn't have
Red
said that.
ball. It's an apple.
Yes, it's Apple. Let's see. What can I do right now? I can show the band patches I have in front of me because I've been planning to make like a battle jacket,
Oh, cool.
right? But I can't find denim in my size.
The chat's a little bit behind, but everyone is like, I should lift up my shirt. Are you ready? Perverts. I'm wearing 2 shirts.
Nothing wrong with being a pervert. Just wrong with having your perverted demands fulfilled at the expense of others. Perverted demands should be fulfilled mutually, and both sides getting something out of it.
Oh, hi Snaggletooth. I'm doing fine. I'm eating my apple.
So let's see. Let's go.
Oh, some people said it was sad when I lifted up my shirt because. Sorry, guys. Just couldn't help myself.
They drink off your tears. They drink your tears. Okay. So.
Oh, Shin Satan is telling me it's smart that I'm wearing 2 shirts because it's cold in Denmark. That's true. Oh, that looks cool. Can you show again?
That is my Dio patch, Holy Diver patch. So right now I'm just showing my like mainstream ones, and I'll show like my smaller band ones. Here's Motorhead.
That's cool. And trying to get our attention in chat, it seems. Iron Maiden, yay!
Iron Maiden and Power Slave. I got the big hammer patch for Amon Amarth, my favorite death metal band. Cool. Everyone says they're Viking metal. They don't call themselves Viking metal. They call themselves melodic death metal. You call them what they call themselves. Thank you very much. that is the. Then I have some drone metal patches around here, and some doom metal. Here's High on Fire. It's just a strip patches for doom metal.
Yeah, I have to admit oh, cool. I have to admit I'm very specific with my music choices. I usually only listen to like female-fronted bands. I don't know why. It's just always been like a preference. I do like Stone Sour and Slipknot and stuff like that. But it's just I don't know. I think it's because like I always love to sing along, and it's easier to figure out if you're on par with another woman than with a guy.
Yeah, no, I get that feeling. Like I can't do a death growl worth shit. So whenever I listen to death metal, I'm always like, ugh. It's like that doesn't sound right. It doesn't fucking sound right at all. Here's a Striker patch, which is another doom metal. And this is my current favorite patch, which is Rotting Christ, Greek death.
Oh, that looks cool.
Greek black metal. This is actually a 1989 patch. It was one of their surpluses. And then I have this tiny one, which is not even a metal patch. It is I was a Boy Scout, and for British Columbia and the Yukon are one administrative region when you're in the Boy Scouts. So this is the patch.
Do you want to hear something a little bit creepy?
Okay.
About
Boy Scouts? Up for
it. The Boy Scouts were introduced in Denmark by a right-wing politician who wanted to do his own version of Hitler Jugend.
Well, of course he did.
So.
Well, of course. Okay.
All right, I'm back.
Interesting that you mentioned speed metal, Malkadon. There is a theory one of my close friends have that speed metal does not actually exist. It is merely something you sprinkle on other genres.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's really weird because speed metal was influenced by thrash, which was influenced by punk rock.
And now it's like, what is speed metal? Well, it's not. You don't really have just speed metal. You have like a speed power metal, or speed death metal, or speed thrash. But there's never just pure speed metal. I don't think it exists.
Oh man. So
I was showing the stream my band patches while you were away.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and
I can't find a denim vest in my size, and it's killing me.
Yeah, and I trolled the chat. I lifted up my shirt to reveal another black shirt.
Nice. I kind of want to get back to. I want to ask you something else, Alex.
Sure.
Do people's faces move normally for you?
Yeah. When I'm sober, yes, they move normally. My own face does not.
Oh, that's interesting.
When I am very specifically, my jaw. If I have a mirror really close to not a distance away, and not looking at the video, that reflection I can see of myself in the Skype, but when I have a physical mirror really close to my face, I can't help but the human jaw is really, well, the human jaw, specifically my jaw, is really fucking weird.
Interesting. Okay. So and you can tell that the movement of other people's faces is not normal.
Like how? Like
well, when I say do other people's faces move, I mean, do they move when they actually are still?
Like when I'm high?
No, not when you're high, when you're sober.
Well,
like if a person sits still and doesn't move their head and makes no expression, does the face still move for you?
I think that's a difficult question because we are so deep. It depends on how detail oriented you are.
Well,
if you're extremely detail oriented, you'll probably notice.
Like if they're just keeping like a neutral, like they're just keeping a neutral, I see them breathing and I see like the tiny little pinpoint movements of their eyes. Of of all the little minor refocusings they do.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, same here.
When someone just keeps their face still, I can't read. Like if they keep their face perfectly still, and I can't get a clear view of where they're looking, I can't read them.
Something interesting that's happened to me a couple of times is that I can look in the mirror, and sometimes I can't recognize my own face for a couple of seconds.
Oh,
or had that happen to me.
Interesting. Okay, well, that's really curious because the things that you were saying, Alex, you can notice the little details. It's I have to focus on those to see them. I have to stare with the intent of noticing the motion, but if you see that, but you're saying you see that just as a matter of that's what a face looks like to you.
Yeah, that's what a face is.
That's interesting.
Pretty much the same with me as well.
That is interesting.
But there's the details aren't there's barely enough detail there to how is my seeing a face different from your seeing a face? Is how do we know that the barrier here is an actual difference in perception and not a problem with our ability to facilitate clear communication with each other? On another, that idea of facilitating clear communication is why I love computer programming, because it brings me closer to a philosophical and mystical concept I call the speech.
What do you mean by that?
Well, there's when you have there's the Magic the Gathering card sign of the dragon. It's just the example that comes to mind. The dragon is the first of all dragons. If you know the philosophy of Plato, there's the Platonic chair.
Yeah, the Platonic ideal. Yeah.
The Platonic ideal. So the Platonic ideal of communication, the speech, and that's a mystical concept which fascinates me. Would it be possible, for example, to draw a symbol that is universally recognizable by everyone as meaning the same thing.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I can give you an immediate example.
Okay.
Smiley face.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone knows what that means. You know.
But and like even though it is kind of a cultural thing now, that cultural thing I think is actually layered on top of its actual intrinsic self, which is why it spread so fast in the first place.
Yeah. You have a circle with two dots above a little crescent at the bottom. It's a smiley face. Yeah.
Like I had one of my professors at university. He was conducting his experiments on newborns, like non-invasive, don't worry, where he would be showing them pictures of. He would have a piece of paper, and it would have two dots and a line on it, like resembling a face, and even at like 3 to 4 minutes old, their face would automatically turn towards that piece of paper if you held it up, because that's how our brain is wired to connect with other faces. And that's really interesting.
Here's the thing that goes back to the whole infant survival route as being the root of all of this mystical understanding that crosses all communicative borders. And you and Yogi were talking about it earlier, which was like the om or the ma sound.
Yeah.
Right?
How ma is a universal sound that always indicates mother.
Yeah, and so there's ma and smiley face, and so there's an acoustic version, and there's a visual version, and then we have there could be like other versions, like everyone recognizes. Maybe people react differently to certain different types of smells of food, but everyone recognizes that smells like food. Like that smell, like I am smelling this, and this smells like something that is, or actually a better example, everyone is intrinsically disgusted by the smell of rot.
Yeah.
Yes, and that also has to do with survival instinct. Like, something that's rotting is not safe for you to consume. It's the same thing with like feces and stuff like that. And also, if you eat something that has an extreme bitter taste, that also indicates that it might be poison. So it's a part of your body looking out for itself.
Where these pure physical instinctual points reach the communicative barrier of our complex modern brain thought, and identifying and understanding the partially porous nature of that barrier is a big part of my mystical experiences, which is why I'm really into wanting to try a bunch of different psychedelics.
Yeah.
I want to experiment with pushing my way through the barrier between instinct and self.
Yeah. Well, I'm wondering if the autistic difficulty with understanding emotional states has to do with being. This is probably the wrong word, but I will communicate this imperfectly so that maybe we can refine it. Distracted by all the information that a person gets from looking at a human face.
I would say that's probably a part of it, because again, like the way I've been told about this whole autism thing is that, you, Jack, you have a set of filters in your brain, so that when you meet someone, your brain filters out a whole lot of stuff, and you only consciously have to worry about a little bit of it. Like
yeah. Well, it's kind of like
everything else for you is instinct. Like we are missing a lot of those filters. So what's instinct for you is not instinct for us. We have to think about it before we can react.
Right. Yeah. Social. Like I'm particularly. I am a particularly social person. Like I am unusual in even among like non-autistic people. Like I have been told that is incredibly unusual. Like I once said on Twitter, which is I keep forgetting that most people can't get a good read of a person after 5 seconds.
Like they can get a first impression, like
they can get a first impression, but they can't necessarily.
Why are they here and what do they want?
Yeah. But they can't necessarily get a read off of, like when I meet someone, I have an immediate idea of what they're about in a rough sense. This is very rough. It's very rough, but I can understand what they're about in a rough sense, what they want, what they're after, what they like, what they most likely do not like, and just from meeting someone for 5 seconds, it's very easy. You know,
yeah, I think that's the difference between, you know, meeting someone and picking up on what we can call like universal like information, you know, body language, the way you look, you dress, how you speak, and so on, and then you have the intimate knowledge of someone you know quite well, and you know they have little tics and they have a certain way of speaking. When they use a certain word, you know what they mean with that word and stuff like that, and maybe you just are a little bit ahead of people when it comes to the instinctual sort of information. And
yeah,
you
it's entirely possible. You know,
people have told me before that I am very, very social for an autistic person. Which one? Well, thanks. Thanks for making a very general statement about what autistic is when it's.
Well, I think I'll be fair. I think that's a fair statement, given that one of the major symptoms of autism is lack of social awareness or social awkwardness. I think that actually is somewhat fair.
There's something there, but I still, it's not the principle of that whether or not the principle is not on that they say I'm social. Is like that's the point. The point is you're saying, oh, I haven't. It's like, well, your people are like this. That's the part I take onus with.
I see.
Not the specific, the general theoretical construct, not the actual content. I have no problem with the content. I have problems with the construct by which it is arranged.
I think what people often confuse that is that when you have autism or Asperger's syndrome, you can be very social, but you may not seem very social because you are insecure about your social skills. So you might be have some anxiety with interacting with other people, and then you might, might not do it. And then there's also sometimes all the information you get that get pounded towards your brain can just make you retract into yourself and sort of go to a safe space or a safe place where you're trying to deal with all of that information, and then you can't focus on other people and being social. Like that has happened to me quite a bit.
Yeah. Oh, Jason takes Omegle. Good point. Well, there's still introverted and extroverted people with autism. That's a good point. I've always thought of myself, am I introverted or am I extroverted with autism?
Yeah, I don't like being the center of attention because sort of attention on me can feel, very intense. So that makes me sort of pull away. But I still like to be social. Just don't make me the center of attention.
I actually enjoy conflict. Like it's part of what I am as a person. I get deep emotional satisfaction from conflicting with people. That's just part of me. So when it comes to social interactions, what I like is I like having the attention of about half. Because then we got a brawl going on. And I like that.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Ben Rush just sent us all like a bit of a message in the chat. He said United States first female Muslim judge, Sheila Abdul Salim, found dead in New York River.
Yeah, I heard about that.
What?
Yeah. The first black and male Muslim judge was found dead in New York River. There's not much to go on right now. I've heard that there are no signs of foul play as of yet, so it could have just been a horrifically untimely accident. But
I hope so.
I hope that's what it is. But whatever it is, it's
yeah, it's tragic. But again,
it's not good news right now. But I would personally, it's not that the topic isn't interesting. Thank you for bringing it up. But personally, I would prefer to avoid speculation at this point.
Yeah.
I would say so too.
I understand that. Oh man, it's just.
Once details come out, I am perfectly willing to speculate, but there are barely any details at all.
That could be anything.
Back to the earlier point I wanted to make, which was so you pick up on these social cues and stuff really quickly. That's kind of your thing. For me, I have trouble picking up all those cues, but with the ones I have, I can stretch them to their most logical extremes, and I can actually develop pretty decent social profiles of people. once I actually have details. It's my ability to collect the details in the first place through like watching body language and like being able to pick up on social cues and like emotional body language and stuff like that. I have a lot of trouble with that. But once I have details, I'm very good at using them. So that's what I'm good at.
So basically, you're very good at collecting the data, but not necessarily as good at breaking off the mathematics of what all those details mean.
Oh no! I mean the other way around. I'm terrible at collecting data. I'm very good at analyzing data once it's given to me.
Okay, so it like, takes.
I have no idea what that facial expression means, but once I finally cue into what that means. Oh well, that means this and this and this, and I start doing all the web weaving and knitting stuff together, and oh, okay. But I'm very bad at getting details in the first place. I can't absorb information from about people's emotional and social states.
And so that means that probably means you also you have a hard time noticing people's reactions to what you were doing in real time.
Yes, I have to wait for their reaction, like the action that spurs as their reaction. I have to wait for it to finish before I can go, oh, they were.
Yeah,
so
I can actually
I can't immediately piss them off until they say they give me content that informs you piss me off.
Right. So you can't do that.
I have trouble with tone of voice as well. I can't pick up tone of voice very well.
Oh, interesting. So like because something that I can do, which I'm also told is somewhat unusual, is the ability to for lack of a better way of putting it, social interaction is a bit malleable to me. I can, once I establish a connection with someone, it's easy to mold it, as it is happening. The results are not always predictable, but I can exert influence over the interaction in and of itself, almost outside of the person. And just watch it happen. And that sounds like something that would be really extremely hard to do if you were autistic.
Yeah. My general thing in social situations is I come in like, if I don't want to make an impression, I just avoid entering at all.
Yeah.
I can't enter and be subtle. If I enter like a fucking battering ram.
Yeah.
This is my place at the table. This is how I'm talking. I hope you enjoy my company.
Yeah.
If they do, then I can stay. But I can't like try to subtly blend into a group unless I specifically. I can't be myself and subtly blend into a group at the same time. I can't make that work. I either have to put on the entire like fake behavior profile. Like I have to basically disguise myself as like a different person, or I have to just come in entirely as myself with the full.
Oh, okay. So for you also have trouble like managing, for lack of a better way of putting it, managing social masks.
Yes, I don't have it.
Yeah. I would do switch them out.
In feudal Japanese society.
Right.
Like one thing that I've always found very difficult with the social masks thing, I can't pretend really to feel or be something or someone I'm not. So if I feel sad and I go to a social gathering, I'm going to be sad because I can't pretend. It's just impossible for me to do. So that can also make some problems. But regarding the information on picking up like social clues and stuff, I think the problem with me is that I can pick up the clues, but sometimes I tend to focus on the wrong kind of clues, like on the wrong part of a person's face or the tone of their voice, and then I don't get an accurate kind of reading, and then I get it wrong. Or even if I have all the correct clues, I'm not always sure what to do with it because I become so insecure about what the right response will be, because I can imagine like 10 different scenarios, and I'm just like, I don't know which one's the right one.
Yeah, for me, I've stopped trying to copy the same way other people socially interact. Like mimicry is a big part of fitting in, even for like not children without autism.
Yeah.
But when my mimicry fails me, I'm basically like I'm dropping it. I drop it entirely and just revert back to what I had.
Yeah, like one thing I've noticed with me is that especially if I meet new people that I don't know, a part of me trying to communicate with them is mimicking, you know, the way that they move and the way that sound and the vocabulary that they use. So I try to mimic their style of communication to communicate better with them. I've noticed I do that a lot, and I don't quite like it. It just happens automatically. But I hate it.
That's okay. That's really interesting.
Like I don't know, being like this giant 6'8" motherfucker, the whole social mask as survival mechanism I've never needed. I don't really need that many survival mechanisms because I'm hard to kill, to put it in the vernacular.
Right.
I have a very dominating physical presence, so it's like you're gonna step to me.
Yeah. That's not
gonna turn out well, folks.
You said you were tall, right? Like you said you were tall. How tall?
6'8", which is like 202 centimeters.
That is fucking
Got it.
tall.
Okay, that's tall.
That
I'm
is tall.
5 centimeters.
So, okay, you want to know how tall it is? Like, that sounds impressive, but you want to know how tall it is? It's me problems tall.
Oh.
Man. Like I'm 160. I'm 165 centimeters. So I'm way up. Oh my god.
No, here's the thing. It's like whenever I talk to people from Europe, they can talk fluently in centimeters and have like a very natural understanding of what that means. But for me, height and weight, like almost all measurements I do that are not human height and weight are in metric. Human height and weight, but by having America as a neighbor, I'm 6 foot 8 inches tall and about 250, 260 pounds.
Yeah, I can't do pounds or
damn Imperials. Okay.
The metric system is too cool. Use it. It's so much easier.
It's the best system. Fuck you, Imperial system. There are things I appreciate about America. I won't sit up here and gloat about Canada is like America, but nice and happy and everything's better. Well, I will not say that. But what I will say is that the Imperial measurement system is dicks.
Oh, it's annoying as fuck. I won't lie. I will not lie.
How many yards? How many yards are in a mile?
How many? 5,280. No. That's feet. 5,280 feet. So divide that by 3. And that's how many yards it is.
No, Shin Satan, I cannot do a moonsault. That would kill me.
Metric system. That's all I know. That's all I can do.
Yeah. No, and I frankly I prefer to be in that because I look at my cell phone. It's the optical hand to measure. If I was being told how should I measure this, I would go, that's about 5 centimeters by so many centimeters. I don't want to bother trying to figure it out right now. But just specifically human height and weight, because we import a lot of clothing from the U.S. and it's an imperial measurement.
Yeah, like I noticed that from a lot of I usually buy from UK stores and stuff like that when buying online. I haven't bought any clothes yet online, but hopefully soon I can pop that cherry. But like when I look at the clothes sites, you usually have like inches and then centimeters, so you can choose. Because I know that in the UK they use both, depending on where you are at school.
Now, there is exactly one system of non-metric measurement that I am very fond of, which is the pint. Because the pint is the perfect amount. If you've read 1984, the pint is the perfect amount of beer. This goddamn party puts them goddamn half glass or full glass. Bullshit. The pint is the perfect amount of beer.
I'm a bad Dane. I don't drink beer. Sorry. I've tried mead though. That's nice.
Yes. There's a liquor served movie theater, which is where I saw Return of the Living Dead. I've told Jack this story before of like how I met my current social circle is basically as a direct result of wanting to see a horror movie in theaters because of his Count Jackula show. I meet the bouncer. Bouncer turns out to be kind of a dick in the long run. Not sure I don't want to be friends with him anymore, but he invited me to another concert, and during that concert is where I met the people who are now my current social circle.
Yeah, I
It's kinda
just
like-
went to like my social circle is so small right now, but I'm trying to expand it. So I've been at a meeting at the LGBTQ youth kind of group in the city where I live,
I
and
need
that
to go
was
to
fun.
one of them. Because, like,
Planning on going
like,
again.
I'm a bi guy living in the city, and yeah, I'm having homosexual intercourse, but like, I am not involved in the queer community, and I am marginally interested. I wonder what's going on. I'm curious. It's like, oh no, I'm not here because I know I seem straight. I'm not here because I'm curious about my sexuality. I'm here because I'm curious about the culture of my sexuality. Give me a minute to absorb this. I want to sit down and take in a burlesque drag show, like the kind of thing.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I want to go.
People always think that I'm a lesbian. I don't know why. I just come off that way apparently. I don't know why.
I do not know. Let's see. All right. So, well, okay. So, wow.
Oh, what's that? You got.
So
you have to get to my sigil.
Yeah, we have to get to the magical thing. So I'm trying to.
That looks pretty.
Yeah. All right. So first of all, just look. Anyone who wants to, if someone wants to see if fucking the super chat thing works, feel free, because it should be working now. We should have gotten that thing finished, so a little fucking graphic should appear below the slut pit. You okay?
I dropped it.
Oh.
It doesn't
Nice
break.
flipping
Made of
around.
wood. But I gotta find it. Hang on. I'm going to reach it. I can't over here. Wait.
No, Fry is
Oh,
we're losing him. He's falling into the abyss. Fry, come back to us. No. Come back to the pit. Hey.
What did you drop?
Oh, one of my sigil stamps that went clattering across the floor, and there's like the other. My laptop is at my dining room table, and then there's like two chairs. There's my chair, and then there's this other chair here, and there's like the counter that's holding the microwave, and it kind of like clattered down to the floor, and I had to like scoop and like.
So you went on an adventure, basically. You went on
an adventure through the legs of chairs. And I ended up bending my elbow something fierce in the direction it ain't supposed to bend.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Jack, there was something I was meaning to ask you now that we're talking about sigil and magic and all that. I, for a long while, have never thought anything about religion or anything like that. Again, atheistic country, atheistic family.
No problem.
Just never came up.
That sounds amazing, by the way. Just putting that out there, like having just a naturally atheist family.
I don't know, like when people in the chat been talking about their like religious kind of experiences, I'm just like, I can't relate because nothing like that ever happens here. But yeah, like, so when YouTube, I came into more like the atheist kind of community because I like, to watch all the science videos because it's interesting. And then after a while, I sort of felt a bit empty. I need some sort of spirituality. And I've been talking to some of the people in the chat, and they have mentioned that I should probably try some sort of witchcraft kind of thing. And I've ordered a book that they recommended, which is Drawing Down the Moon.
Oh, Drawing Down the Moon, yes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you have any recommendations or tips or anything like that, where to start my journey, because it's a bit overwhelming.
Okay. I will say this. Drawing Down the Moon, that is basically neo-paganism. It is a lot of it is correct from its. Okay, here's one of the things about religion, which is a lot of things are correct within its own context. And so there are a lot of things that Drawing Down the Moon does where you're like, I don't know if this is strictly mythologically correct, but they have recontextualized certain things to make them mean what they mean in the context of the religion itself. Like for example, to use the Christian example, Christian example, to at the time that it was written, Satan did not mean what it means now. You know, and in fact, if you go through the Bible and specifically the Old Testament, it becomes very obvious Satan is not a name.
It's the Hebrew word for the adversary.
It's a title.
Shaitan.
You know, it's an shaitan. It is an honorific. It's basically what you call a dude. It's like calling a dude the executioner or the defender, you know, or the defendant or the plaintiff. You know, it's something like that. Basically, the Satan is basically unnamed angel who tells God he's full of shit. That's any angel who does that is the Satan of that situation.
Speaking of telling God he's full of shit, I just read the first collected issue of Preacher.
Oh yeah.
That's a good comic book. I like that comic book.
So, but within the context of modern Christianity, Satan is a real figure. He is the ruler of hell. He is the master of all evil. You know, blah 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 blah. Drawing Down the Moon does very similar things with old goddess figures. And it tends to emphasize their positive traits while de-emphasizing their negative ones. A really good example is the neo-pagan interpretation of Isis. You know, the goddess Isis. To the neo-pagans, she's like, oh, well, she's like this mother. She puts her husband Osiris back together. Like she's, you know,
she does that wisdom shit.
She does that wisdom shit. She makes the corn grow. She's awesome. She's great. But when you get into the actual interpretation that the Egyptians had, a couple of things become clear. One, she's not entirely an Egyptian goddess. She's largely influenced by previous Phoenician goddesses. And the other thing is that Isis is very jealous and extremely capricious.
Oh, you mean like every other matron god?
Yeah. She's very controlling of her children. That this is how she maintains her power base, is by controlling all of her children very directly, by manipulating them. You know, and that aspect is de-emphasized in neo-paganism. So they have the I Spit on Your Grave review talked a little bit about this, which is like, yeah, neo-paganism tends to gloss over these nastier aspects of goddess figures and female heroes because that's what you do.
Nasty, but entirely necessary for the human experience and the full understanding of the issue.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like you can tell that, like, you know, Isis is kind of she's the empress figure. You know, this is how the empress comports herself. A woman who rules comports herself. She manipulates everybody.
Just look at what you pray to Aztec. Look at what you pray to any of the Aztec gods for. It's endemic across all cultures.
Yeah.
I am the rain god. I grow your crops and kill your enemies.
Yeah, kill your enemies as long as you give blood sacrifice to me. You know, like, yeah, like
vegetables, and it's harvest time. Oh, look at all the springing flowers. Oh, is this lovely? And I kill your enemies.
Yeah. Well, the Aztecs are really interesting because at the time that Cortez runs into them, they had begun to have this weird political pendulum in their religion. because first of all, among the Aztecs, religion and politics inseparable, completely inseparable. You know, the king was the priest.
Yeah,
You know, the
Kind of
king
like how
ruled
the
religion.
Egyptian, like the pharaoh, he was an incarnation of the god.
No,
Not like
no,
that?
not just that. Like in Egypt, the pharaoh is the king, but you also had priests, and the pharaoh sat at the top, but and he was the incarnation, and he can make decisions, but he is not the sole word of how the religion is practiced. There are people under him that do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Among the Aztecs, however, the
you
emperor
hold a religious office, you hold political office.
Yeah, yeah.
Same
If you're the emperor if you're an Aztec emperor, you rule both politically and religiously. You are both the king and the pope. You know, you make, and your word is law. You know, it's really scary. Like even among the Egyptians and among the Chinese, it didn't go that far. It, like, basically, the emperor, for example, the emperor in China, he has divine mandate, but he is expected to rule the earth as the earth. You know, he does not have, he is the son of the Jade Emperor, but he does not get the divine message from the heavens himself. He just has the divine mandate. He is chosen to rule by heaven, but he is not in communication with heaven. He needs other people to do that.
This is reminding me of something. So one of my favorite strategy games is the Crusader Kings series. We're on number 2.
I love that. That's the best series ever.
And the expansion I just bought, well, it adds an ahistorical invasion during the Age of Mongols from a seafaring Aztec empire.
Yeah. Oh, Jessica Mackin.
It adds this non-historical content, and so you have Genghis Khan fighting an Aztec king, and it's like, it's great.
Jessica McIntosh brings up a really good point. Akhenaten, also known as Tutankhamun, he was an Egyptian pharaoh who tried to do that, and it didn't go well.
No, I can see her comments says didn't end well.
Yeah, it didn't. He
tried being the head priest, he became the headless priest.
Yeah. He was killed, and then his son, Tutankhamun, comes to rule, and Tutankhamun's like, that's King Tut. King Tut comes into power, and it's just like, all right, you know, this whole like fucking insane religious bullshit my dad was trying to do, forget all that. Fuck that. We're not doing this. Yeah, but the thing is that Tutankhamun, his attempt to do this establishes several things. One, it establishes the idea of monotheism. It's a precedent for monotheism. The second thing that it does is it creates the image of the angel. Yeah. So basically, when you see people with the bird wings and all that shit, that comes out of the era of Tutankhamun, when he tried to convert everyone to a single religion that worshipped a single god that he called Ra. You know, as the one true God, you know, above all others, and all others are pale and must be eliminated. This is why it didn't work out so well for him, because the priesthoods of the various Egyptian mystery cults were like, you're not coming in here and killing us. No way.
Kill you first, motherfucker.
Yeah, you first, bitch. You know, like the Temple of Isis, gotta take that sitting down. Temple of Isis has the ear of all the farmers. You know, like they held a huge amount of, each of the mystery cults, each of the temples held its own political power base. And so Tutankhamun trying to rule all of them and eliminate all the gods so that he could rule completely autocratically. Oh no, that didn't end well. You know, that did not end well. That was a revolution among the Egyptians, the likes of which had not been seen since the ruling of the Hyksos. You know, when they threw out this Semitic tribe that had conquered them. You know, they were a Hebrew tribe that had conquered Egypt called the Hyksos. Fucking came in, ruled for 100 years, and then then the Egyptian people brutally overthrew them. It just
have you ever heard about a ancient Chinese goddess called Shi Wangmu?
Shi Wangmu? I have heard of Shi Wangmu.
Yeah, I'm supposed to do a paper on her this summer, and the interesting thing about her is that she started out as being like a wild, uncontrollable, strong woman, and she had a lot of lovers, and her followers, they will always be bare feet, have bare feet, wild, unkempt hair, and they would just be wild, rowdy, having sex, drinking, partying, and sort of celebrating the animalistic side in the goddess. But then the ruling class in China, which were like mostly male, because that
tends to
they
happen.
did not they tried to smear her, so they actually turned her into a sexual vampire. So she would drain men and women of their life energy by having sex with them. So they turned her into a monster and a beast instead of a goddess, because they tried to demean her and her followers that way.
I mean, though,
and they apparently succeeded.
Yeah.
But nowadays is better. Nowadays, I mean, you check that ass, it's like, so I die if I fuck you?
Okay. Yeah. As the Western way. Yeah. Which spelling of her name are you using?
I just the articles I found just went, XIWANGMU. Yes.
Yeah, Shi Wangmu. Yeah. She becomes a monster in certain interpretations. Well, there's another have you ever read the fairy tale of Madam Whitesnake?
No, I think my teacher brought it up, but I have not read it.
Oh, you should. Madam Whitesnake. It's a classic opera, but you can of course find you can get the basic story other ways. And it's basically a story about a snake that tries to be a woman, and how that goes. Everything goes fine for a while, and then it all goes horribly wrong. And it all goes horribly wrong because of treacherous priests. And it's a classic. It's a classic of Eastern literature, classic of Chinese literature.
I just opened up a Word document, and now I have an everlasting list from the slot pin, all the recommendations.
Yeah.
I always. I'm trying to find do you know the website Uncanny Magazine?
No, I don't.
Oh, you should go there. They have fiction and poetry and stuff you can just read for free by all sorts of authors. And there was one, I can't remember what it's called. I'm trying to find it, but it doesn't exactly say where it takes place. All you know is that it's a goddess. It was someone who was apparently a person or a creature on Earth, and then the gods came to her and said, "Oh, we can make you into a goddess," and she agreed, and she has basically been tortured and through hell as a goddess, and they do not understand why she's not happy because she's a goddess.
Right. Yeah.
And it has this sort of, here it is. It's called Goddess Worm, and it's very, very good. Goddess Worm, 2 words. And it's on Uncanny Magazine. You can read it for free. It's so good.
Interesting. So yeah, drawing down the moon, just to kind of
go back to that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a classic of neo-pagan. That's a classic neo-pagan book. Classic meaning like, you know, since its publication like the 60s. Yeah, and it's all about the moon rituals. And yeah. It's a way, it's a definitive, it's a very good way of it might work. You know, does the moon hold any particular significance for you personally?
It does. Like
Okay, then it
like
will
when I was
probably
a
work
kid,
very well.
sometimes I would get out of bed just to watch the full moon at the window because I couldn't help it.
Got it. Yeah, then that will probably do very well for you.
Yeah, like the thing where I become a bit like insecure is because it seems there's so much within the whole witchcraft pagan sort of faith.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many directions and sects and stuff like that and sections of it, and it kind of overwhelms me, and I'm not quite sure where to start.
Well, you find more of than the various sects and things like that are individual practitioners. You know, it's not a religion that really truly organizes itself really truly organizes itself. Yeah, which is one of its
faith in rigid hierarchies leads to people who don't have the faith adopting it for control purposes.
Exactly. They're trying to get control of the hierarchy and just
and the best way to do that is not having a hierarchy.
Yeah. So it doesn't have much of a hierarchy simply because it doesn't organize very well, and so it attracts people who don't like to organize. You know, to be fair, you know.
Yeah, I've been told it's very personal, so when you get into it, like you sort of find your own way and all of that. But again, you know, also finding all the information, because there's like when you go look for the books and stuff like that, there's so much bullshit out there, you know, like the pop culture stuff, and you're just like, that's not what I want. I don't want the pop culture use white magic to, you know, improve your work life kind of thing. Like,
no,
I don't want that.
No.
All right, there's two sets. There's two. So I don't know. I often use the idea of the third eye as my bullshit detector, but the joke I've always made is the third nostril, which is when you're dealing with mystical people, there's two scents to watch out for that your third nostril will pick up for. One is bullshit, and two is this will not work for me because it just clashes with what I am. And those scents, once you start getting into mystical circles, those scents will be instant to detect. It's like, this doesn't. This is complete bullshit, or not for me. I will not like that. I can smell how that smells, and I will not like that.
Yeah.
Either because it's shit or because it's not to my taste. And you can just if you get the like slightest trace of that, of like this is not my type of thing, go to the next bookshelf over, go to the next display case, go to the next whatever, because there is enough weird eclectic shit to build your own style. You do not need to fall below any one else's advice. You can pick up like a ancient and revered copy of a mystic text known as the Pillars, right?
Yeah.
That big book of demons. And it's like, I like about 3 pages out of this. I'm gonna use these 3 pages, and then I'm gonna ignore the rest of the tradition entirely.
Okay,
pick and choose what you like.
Yeah, because I already like know myself enough to know that like a lot of the local folklore around the town where I grew up, that fits me quite well. And again, with the old Norse gods and goddesses, you know, I've grown up with those stories as well. So that kind of fits my personality. That's part of my story and who I am. So again, trying to mold it all to fit me. Again, it's going to be a lot of hard work. I know that. So.
But it's finding what fits you. Don't try to force a 4-fingered glove on your 5-fingered hand.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Like, oh, you're not representing. Like I've had like I ran into like some kind of Gnostic pagan moon worshiper type, and they were basically, oh well, you're not really following the tradition correctly. You're not doing this part correctly. And it's like, correctly? I think you misunderstand magic.
That
in and of itself.
That. Oh my God. Yeah, that right
Correctly.
there. That right there. Correctly. No, there's only what works and what doesn't. That's it. There's nothing else. It's like art, you know, there's no correct way to do art. It either works or it doesn't.
You want correctly? Okay, well you say you want a perfect circle for your ritual? Okay, buy a compass. That's correctly. That's about it.
Yeah, I've run into a lot of people who acted like they somehow had the inside baseball on the whole thing. And
there is no inside.
No, there's no inside baseball. You know, Alan Moore said it best, which is the greatest secret of magic is that any cunt can do it. You know, there's nothing to it. You know, there's nothing to worry about. You know, as far as oh God, could I really do that? Yeah, of course you could. Yeah, of course you can. You know, idiots have been doing it since before recorded history. You know, it's just that some things got so reliable that they become science, so you don't have to worry about them anymore. You know, because to me, because I come at things from a very, because I'm very, I don't know how to say it. The best way I can describe my own way of coming at things is that when it comes right down to it, I'm an alchemist. You know, I believe in, because the thing that interests me the most is the power and the potential of things to transform, to go from one thing to the other. You know, solve and amalgate. And there's a lot of and this is what the major work of magic that most people reference as being, you know, Western magic, which is Hermes the Thrice Great, you know, Hermes Trismegistus, for whom the phrase Hermetic magic is coined. Hermetic magic is all about alchemy. That's what it is. It's alchemy, and it's a specific fascination with how things transform and the symbols of that transformation. And there are several aspects to it. One aspect of alchemy essentially became chemistry. Another aspect of alchemy became engineering. You know, but there's this one part of alchemy that has remained because it dealt specifically with, for lack of a better way of putting it, the only way that they could explain what they were talking about was the soul. You know, the human soul. Does the human soul transform? You know, does perception transform? What's the relationship between these things? And these are really wibbly-wobbly concepts, at least in the third dimension. In the third dimension that we occupy our perceptions with. That's not something we have a very good grasp on because we don't really have the sensory apparatus to truly observe it, at least not directly. Perhaps if we sliced someone's skull off and stuck wires in, we could figure it out, but that'd be
unethical.
That's unethical and monstrous, you know. But for example, one of the greatest, there is this motif that you'll notice shows up in fairy tales and fantasy stories a lot, and it actually comes from the works of Hermes Trismegistus, which is the concept of the golden ball. You see it in The Princess and the Frog, you see it in Harry Potter, you know, you see it in a bunch of stuff. The golden ball. You know, what's the golden ball?
Can be represented by an egg as well, because there's a lot.
The golden egg is also an aspect of this. Although sometimes the egg can either represent the soul or the cosmic everything, depending on its context. Like, for example, and sometimes it's both. Like, that's one of the things that's interesting about Tawusi, because to him it's both. The golden egg is both the cosmic egg and the egg of the soul, because it's supposed to be birthed within you. You know, it's kind of interesting. But in pure hermetic magic, it's a ball, and the ball represents the soul. This is who you are. This is your true essence. That's the symbol of it. And in Harry Potter, can you think of where it shows up in Harry Potter?
It's the...
There's the golden egg that in the bath for the Goblet of Fire. I know that.
Nope.
That, like,
Yeah,
opens up and sings
I
the
just have
siren
to
song.
translate it. Just give me a second. Also, when he plays Quidditch, like
Yes, that's it.
lightning.
The snitch.
That's it.
The snitch.
Yes.
That's it. Like
You-
Harry
oh,
Potter
that's
has
what you
got...
call it in English. Sorry.
Yeah, the snitch. It's called the snitch.
Yeah, we
And
call it Lyn.
what does that mean?
Lightning, like lightning bolt.
Oh, okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So you have to Harry Potter has got to weave through all this chaos in order to grab the snitch, and that is his representation of him grabbing his true soul. That's why that first Quidditch game mirrors the events of the Harry Potter epic as a whole. It's a microcosm of everything that's going to happen to Harry, including him grabbing the snitch, including Snape getting taken out, including Dumbledore getting taken out. It's everything. You know, it's really, really, it's really well written that way. And that's the Philosopher's Stone. You know, the stone of ultimate transformation. You know, it's often described as turning lead into gold. You know, and there are a lot of ways to interpret that. The one most common is the literal. It's like you have something that can literally turn lead into gold. Well, we know that that's not something anyone currently possesses at all. And in fact, is not something that is possible even with modern science. But it also represents the ability to take something that seems worthless and make it worth something. You know, to give something value. You know, basically the lesson being that the soul, to the soul, nothing is worthless. Nothing is worthless. You know, everything has its value. Yeah. This is you know, the essence of alchemy. You know, everything has its value. You just don't recognize it. You know, and like, for example, do you know what used to be the most useless thing you could ever find? Uranium. What were you going to do with it? You know, pitchblende, what are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with it?
Pitch blend.
Yeah, pitchblende.
Is it pitchblende?
Pitchblende. I always pronounced it pitchblende. But in the world of nuclear power, uranium's extremely valuable. You know, that's big money. That's and it's scary. You know, but why? But to think about what others must have thought running into this stuff. You know, first of all, they didn't realize that it was giving them cancer. You know, but second of all, here is a rock that if it lays around gets smaller. What are you gonna do with that? Yeah, what? What are you gonna do with that?
Maybe you could invent some kind of ballast system. I don't know.
Yeah. Like, yeah, well, okay.
Like, Fry, have you ever read the story? What's it called? Color Out Space by Lovecraft.
Oh yeah, I'm Color Out Space.
Yeah, he like that was sort of.
I have a collection of his short stories, but I've always been trying to like, oh, I'll read Mountains of Madness first. I'll read Mountains of Madness first, and it's like I get halfway through Mountains of Madness twice and keep putting it down because god damn, the prose of that specific book is hard to parse.
You have to learn how to read him. Like that's the trick with him. Like you have to learn how to read him because he has a very specific style. But like I would say, Color Out Space is one of the easiest stories to read. That was one of the first ones I read. But he describes uranium and radioactive sort of discoveries in that story.
Yeah, little bit.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah. It's uranium seems to shrink. You know, which is you know, it's like that's weird. But why do we want that? You know, that by the way is that phenomenon of the uranium. If you having less uranium, the more it like hangs out. That's where we get the half-life from.
Yeah,
you know,
someone noticed.
Yeah. It's like, okay, uranium has a half-life of basically this is how long it will take for a mass of uranium to reach half its original mass all on its own.
So Rachel was complaining about how the red dot sight on McCree's revolver doesn't actually make sense for actual tactical usage. And so I'm just going to post something in a Skype chat here that you could put on the stream to show anybody. It's tactical as fuck. It looks great.
Oh, okay.
I am proud of my creation.
Okay, hang on a second.
I'm trying. Hold on.
I'm very proud of my creation. I've done something.
What the hell is this?
Just put it on the stream. Don't give people context. That ruins the fun.
This is a right. Okay.
So I grew up in a small town, so I have a lot of gun nut friends, and this would give them a fucking aneurysm. It's great.
Oh man!
It's a bullet with a scope on it. I love it.
Okay, again, I can't relate to the gun talk thingy because again, we don't really have that here.
So before we go on to the book, did you have any other questions, Moth?
Not really regarding like this, no, but.
Oh,
no, but I'm a bit curious. Like last time we talked, you were shit-faced, and can you remember what we talked about?
I can remember some of it, but not all of it.
Okay.
So I would need my memory jogged.
I have heard at least one.
We talked about some Norse mythology, basically the origins of Sleipnir.
Sleipnir. Okay.
Yeah. And you can still say it right. That's good.
So I have given apparently mental injury to GL Knight with my picture.
So Alex, you wanted to show me these sigils you were working with.
So first, got this for Christmas a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
My sibling is a sketch artist.
Oh, okay.
So, and I also just happen to have a love of nice things. So, my mother decided, okay, I'll get them both different versions of the same product, which is this very nice handcrafted leather sketchbook, right? And the thing is, I don't actually draw or do art, so I had no idea what to do with this.
Cool.
It's really nice. It's like nice paper, nice leather. It's got like a stone inlaid here, but I don't draw, so I didn't know what to do with it for the longest time. But I finally figured out that the way I figure out my sigils is by carving them out of wood. And the first one I developed was this, which.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Design. So as I peeled away the wood, the design started to come out of it. There's always this kind of sigil symbol, which is fairly common across multiple cultures. The drop with the missing hole.
Looks cool. Hold on, guys. I'm just gonna flip you. Can you still see me?
This.
Oh, okay.
As I was working with this piece, it demanded that I sort of try to feel the demands of the material I'm working with, and this one decided that it wanted to be like a bunch of lines carved out of cubes, and then that's a recent one, which is just I saw this specific pattern in a dream, and so I made it physically real. I destroyed 2 blocks of wood trying to get the specific pattern, but still, it's very. But what I do with those is I create some fairly interesting imagery. You might have seen my new Twitter profile picture. That's one of them, which is like the cord that holds the shell is braided together, so I have to undo the braid every time I want to open the book. It's part of the ritual.
Got it.
Clearly, I must do it. I am compelled to do it. The book will not open otherwise, both in a mystical sense and in a literal sense.
Right.
The book will not open.
So,
what I do is I dip these in whatever paint or ink I happen to have lying around. Right now it's just like hobby paint. And get myself some nice.
Ah, interesting.
Oh, that looks cool.
I very much enjoy the way it looks, right?
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's very. I think it's very.
So
great.
what are these these components? What's the meaning of them?
Oh, I'm actually developing a highly taxonomically precise hierarchy, which I'm not actually sure what things mean. I know where things go. I don't know what they mean, but I have this instinctual understanding of where they go in the structure.
Huh. Okay.
It's a very surreal feeling, actually. It's like this is the signifier of which direction the sigil is patterned on.
Wait, what?
So
wait. Go through that. Say that again.
Okay, so the direction that this part is pointing determines what up and down is on the paper, because I have determined that in my specific form of magic, knowing which way is up and which way is down is important. So, if you take a look at here, this here, where's my finger? There's my finger. It's downward. And so, because it establishes whether or not because I've always thought it's like I read in a lot of like stuff regarding magical sigils is that the orientation of the sigil is very important. But I think to myself, okay, but what is the relative determiner of that orientation? North, south, east, and west. What if you have no tools to determine that direction? So the reason that this came into being was because everything above the line is up and everything below the point is down.
Right.
And so it's basically a portable way for me to determine the orientation of any magics I am doing.
Okay.
It determines direction. And I find that the rest of the symbols, this is I'm using as the core set of the first set of sigils. So inside the sigils, some of them mean things and some of them are actually just used as signifier categories, like all these things are related. These related things are represented by this one thing. So this is representing the first set I am creating.
Wait. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so like if I develop a sigil, which means I try to have it related to this concept. And then I develop another sigil, which is similar but different. So all of those things fit together in a sort of set, and that entire set must be represented by a signifier.
Okay, so you have a word that means a group of words, essentially.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Except that instead of a word, it's a physical symbol that is in the wooden object.
Okay. Okay. So what is the category that represents?
Right, I have very few of these right now. So right now, this represents my primary forays into magic itself. So any sigil which I put into the category represented by this macro sigil will have to be very, very important to me.
Got it.
In these starting steps of my development, I cannot afford to be flee or distracted or doing things out of hand. Every action and motion must be incredibly deliberate.
Got it.
Because I am developing this highly bureaucratic sounding specific taxonomical hierarchy for how I'm registering my sigils. And if I can't follow the psychological patterns of those first in this first primary set, how the hell am I supposed to live up to it for any future sets I create? It will undermine the entire project.
Right.
By the way, GL Knight is asking you if there are any like elemental forces at play when you are making your sigils.
I'm not touching those yet. Those are beyond my power.
If you're talking about the four hermetic elements like water, earth, fire, that kind of thing, me personally, no.
Okay. I plan to do something related to that in the far future, but right now I'm creating the sets which define my own ability to use magic. Which is all other magic I will eventually create will be subservient to this original prime section.
Yeah.
Because
go on.
How can I define a force that will reshape reality if I cannot define how I myself employ that force?
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, that actually does make quite a bit of sense. I think that's.
See, I got there.
Yeah, that's actually a lot farther than a lot of magicians get, actually.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's like I see patterns in everything, possibly due to my autism, possibly other things, because there has to be an order, a hierarchy, a way things are organized. Because magic is about playing around with that. To me, is about playing around with that order.
Yeah. It plays around,
switching things where they're not supposed to be, and causing some kind of, and letting the weirdness of intentionally putting something out of place reorganize the structure. And if I don't have a full comprehension of the structure itself, then I'm going to either do some stuff I'm not intending to, or fail entirely in the first place.
Yeah.
Like, do you feel that, the way our brains are wired to seek out patterns, notice patterns, and mess with them, helps you when you create your sigils? And
it's almost as if I rely on it. One thing, this is back to the autism now, the more mundane aspect of my life. There's a lot of, when I talked earlier about the language of autism, like person with autism versus autistic person. And another reason why autistic person is considered the preferred nomenclature in general is because to say person with autism would be to say that my autism is a mutable quality, right? If you say person with whiteness or person with gayness, it's like, oh well, that is a mutable quality of your character, which means it's removable. It's not intrinsic, which is wait, what? So person with autism doesn't make sense to me. So autistic person. Well, see, the question of where does Alex end? Where does Brother Alex end, and where does autism begin? That's a trick question to begin with. It's a false premise. Yeah. It is part of me. It is part of what I am. I am as much autistic as I am bisexual, as I am white, as I am, etc.
Yeah, like if my Asperger's syndrome was somehow removed, or how you would put it, I would.
There wouldn't be anything left.
Be me. No,
I wouldn't. The closest thing I could think of, I don't know if you've ever read the book Lies of Locke Lamora. There's a subject. No. It's a fantasy novel. There's a substance in there called wraithstone, which if you burn the stone, it creates white smoke that completely atavizes your personality out of your body and leaves you as just like what's called a gentled creature. So it's used on like war horses to make them completely impossible to spook because it strips out everything other than their base biological functions, and then you use magic to insert commands into them. You basically make a biological robot out of them. So if you pulled my autism out of me, that's what would happen to me. There's nothing. There's no separation between Alex and the autism. It's just one.
Yeah. If one was to, if one was to change that about you,
can't pull the autism out of me any more than you could pull the Asian out of Jack. Like,
yeah,
this is not possible.
Yeah. But even if it were theoretically possible, you would.
Why would you want
your personality would be fundamentally different.
Yeah,
it would be fundamentally gone.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say gone. For this reason, because there are people who don't have that condition. Obviously, they are still people. You know, you would be a different person. You would recognize the continuum. Like that's Alex before. That's the epoch of Alex before autism. This is the epoch of Alex.
I don't think I would. I have to disagree with you there because
I have to disagree as well.
Because we're also getting onto the idea of persistent consciousness, but the being I was would not actually be able to the being I would become would not be able to recognize the being I was without being told of the continuum, and then they wouldn't feel the continuum. It's
well,
like,
that
to me,
is,
that's like
actually funny thing is, this is something that a lot of people with autism say.
Yeah. Like,
what
if you said
the
to me,
hell
like,
are you like? I don't want to be rude, but wait, what the hell are you talking about? Because like it's very easy for me to think, okay, say some fundamental aspect of my brain changes, but not in a deleterious way. Basically, not Alzheimer's or something, but it's a permanent change to my everyday consciousness.
Yeah, I think you have to.
I would be willing. I am pretty sure I would be able to remember the time it was different.
Yeah, but you wouldn't.
The thing is,
but
like,
here's the trick: is with memory. Here's with the trick. Sorry, Christina. Here's the trick with the illusion of memory: is that consider the example of Phineas Gage, the guy who got the bar through the head and started acting entirely animalistic because it destroyed his prefrontal cortex.
Right.
The future self is no longer has the frame with which to conceptualize the past self in a way that the past self could find comprehensible.
Okay.
And also because of the way autism is integrated into the personalities of an autistic person, I would say that because of, like, in a neurological sense, removing someone's autistic qualities would actually be deleterious.
Like when we talked earlier about, how we get a lot more information consciously into our brain, so we see the world differently. Like we get a lot more information that we process. Like it's the same internally. I get a lot more information from my body, like how I experienced it, than other people do. Like for example, with acupuncture, like my mom and my dad, they absolutely love it, and I've tried going there too. But the thing is, they feel a little bit of sensation with their body, and they relax and they fall asleep and they have a good time. With me, as soon as those needles start to hit, I can feel and hear all of my organs that they are connecting to the needles.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So, and I have that same sort of sensation in a very low-key sense on a daily basis. So I'm always very aware of my lungs and my heart and like how my stomach is feeling and how my veins in my arms are feeling sometimes, like if the blood, rushes differently, especially with my eyes and my head, because I'm a migraine sufferer and I'm very light sensitive. So my eyes, I'm always very conscious about how they feel.
Okay.
So that also, affects how you are and how you act. And with the autism, it's just, it's a part of every single cell of your body and your personality, and who you are. If you take it away, you're basically cut in half.
Yeah,
Like-
and it's also I agree entirely with that, except the wordplay at the very end, the idea cut in half. Well, that's the idea
I know it's
there
not very
could be two separate halves. It's immutable to the character. It's not any. It can't be. It's not divisible into any smaller piece.
Yeah,
right?
I know. I don't know how else to explain it though. It's kind of like
Yeah,
you take
yeah,
50% of everything inside of you, your personality, your soul, your veins, your heart, everything. Just you take 50% away, and then what you're left with is definitely not the same person, and it's not a functioning kind of person.
I knew this was passing my mind earlier for a reason in the future. I sometimes think of a word and it comes up useful later. And I love it when it happens, and it just did. So there's the term, let's start with the term finite, a discrete number of values.
Finite? Okay.
Then the term infinite, a unending chain of discrete values. Then we have the term transfinite, which is there cannot be a discrete values cannot be used to adequately describe this object or phenomenon. My autism is transfinite to my character as a living thing. There is no discrete identifiable portion of me, which is this is the autistic part, this is the not autistic part. There's no discrete
like you can't say where does one begin, where does one end. Like it's just all part of the same blend.
Yeah, there's no. It's an entirely a homogeneous blend. There are no identifiable separate pieces. The smallest possible individual unit of my existence contains this part of my experience.
Huh.
Yeah. I think that's the way to explain it. Discrete values, whether mathematical or it's like what is the percentage value of me that is autistic? I. Letter I, meaning an imaginary number, meaning can't have a discrete value to apply to it. It exists outside of the integeral system.
Yeah, so the idea of not being autistic anymore is actually a source of anxiety.
Or the idea of not being autistic anymore is like, wait, that's not a possibility. That's in the realm of that's not just in the realm of the impossible. That's in like the realm, like there's the realm of the impossible that we as users of chaos magic are dabbling in every day.
Right.
No, that's actually impossible. Sorry. Right.
Jack,
Jack,
have you ever like suffered from depression or?
Oh yeah,
any kind
absolutely.
Yeah, like have you ever, when you were deeply depressed, have you ever had the thought that if the depression was taken away, then who would you be? Would you still be Jack? Would you still be yourself? Like it's such a big part of you. Like
well, the answer, I have had that experiences on both ends. There are some times when I was younger, I was convinced that it was this necessary part of me, but as I got older, I realized that it was this bad habit that was baked into, that is kind of like baked into my existence, and that I probably would be better off for it because I had experienced periods of times when it didn't exist at all, when it was completely gone.
So
but going back to those thoughts and feelings, that you wouldn't be you if you did not have at least some sort of depression inside of you. Like that's kind of how it is.
Yeah, but that's not how I feel anymore at all. I don't feel like that anymore.
No, I know that. It's just to find some sort of thought or feeling that you might be able to relate or put.
The only thing I can relate is if I literally could change ethnicity, and it was a one-way trip.
That would be a better a better example because
Yeah,
depression
yeah,
is
because
depression is highly reliant on biological signifiers of like how is your
I know.
actual physical health doing. So
Yeah, I know. It's just that when I've been like, mental health stuff, like I know that was thoughts that I had and other people had, that if they got rid of their mental issues, then they would no longer be themselves.
is it? Oh,
So
so,
it's
wait. Hold on.
just-
Hold on. In the chat, I gotta correct something.
Yeah.
Rachel is like, is it possible to be depressed without realizing it? Yes.
absolutely.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah.
Also, in Moth Angel's case, it's possible to be autistic and not realize it.
Yes, and I was depressed and had anxiety, and I was actually depressed for many, many years, but I did not get any help until I was like 16 or 17, and that was because I myself thought there's something wrong. My parents, sister, friends, no one knew that I was depressed. But I thought, in the end, I was like, there's something here, I'm not happy, and I would like to talk to someone about it, so it might be a good idea to go to a therapist, so I did. And all my life, dealing with therapy and stuff like that, like no one ever thought I was autistic. They were just like, oh, you're depressed, take some medication. And I always said no, because I was like, that's not the issue. I know that's not the issue, but I have no way of telling you what the problem is, because I don't have the skills.
Dominic Dirtbag in the chat puts it really well. The last time I checked, the whole autism spectrum is more of a neurological thing than a mental thing, as in it's more of a hardware problem than a software problem. Yes, exactly. All the cultural impetus put on me and all the everything I have learned to become because of the limitations and advantages offered by being autistic, all of those things are innately like, okay, this is a great tie back. Me being autistic is as intrinsic to me as Ma and the smiley face is to human experience in general.
Yeah, it's like I did not know that I was experiencing the world differently until I got the diagnosis. I just knew that I was different in some way. I had no idea of knowing how or why or in what way. I just knew that I was. And again, if you have a 15-year-old daughter coming up to you and saying, I'm different from everyone else.
You don't say.
Yeah, yes, exactly. It was like, yeah, really? Okay, nice. Done your
It-
homework?
Hold on. Rachel's asking about depression. She's like, I had a time in my life recently when I missed a lot of class. It was hard to get myself to leave my dorm room. It went away after I decided to quit studying music. If it went away so easily, is it really depression? Yeah, totally. It's totally depression, but you found a way out.
Yeah, like
there's a difference. Everyone experiences periods of depression. The problem is for some people it's a chronic state. They don't get out of it. They don't find the way out.
Yeah. For me, again, going to therapy and stuff like that, and having had to live with depression for a long periods of time and shorter periods of time, pretty much throughout my entire life until like recently. It helped getting just the diagnosis and just a bit of the help to deal with the autism, like a mentor program at school and stuff like that, and just knowing what it was. Like that for me cured the depression. I didn't need any sort of specific therapy or medication. And Jack is quiet, so I have no idea what he's thinking right now.
Oh, I was just letting you talk.
Comfortable.
I was just letting you talk.
Oh, okay.
So I am interested in hearing your response on my idea that the nature of an autistic person being autistic is just as intrinsic to me as the smiley face is intrinsically understandable to the human experience.
Here's the thing.
I was wondering what you were thinking of that.
Here's what I would say. I think the reality is there are two things happening at once here. One is something that I've noticed is very common among people with autism, which is unlike someone like me or Yogi, the closer we get to a divine experience, the divine oneness, People with autism tend to shrink away from that.
It probably has to do with the intensity. Like, I have problems
For me,
like watch an intense movie, like a horror movie. I get away from that because it's too much in my brain, and sometimes it can be that with people when they want to get really down personal and intense as well. I draw away because you're putting too much pressure on me. Like, the best way I can describe it is like the old cartoons with like Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck or whatever. You see them, in this dark courtroom. There's one light shining down on them, and there's these high table with the judges or the devil just staring down at them from above, and they feel small. That's how it feels. That's the pressure. Just times 100, depending on how much pressure is put on you. That's how it feels. And so instinctively, you're like, oh no, go away, don't attack me, because it feels like.
I think I specifically managed to circumnavigate based on a number of other personal traits I have. For one, when I go into sort of a panic mode, I don't shrink away. I confront. So I get very in people's faces. So basically, after a few weeks after, I was specifically told by one of the adult caregivers at the sort of like not Sunday school, but like, what do you call those church get-togethers that they have, like the care groups or whatever, where everyone just talks to each other on like a evening thing,
like a meeting group.
Yeah, for like just socialization inside the church, right? And all the kids go,
like the youth group or whatever.
Yeah, youth group, right? But all the parents are also there, and they're like just talking about the direction they want to take the church and kind of stuff like that, like a communal thing.
I grew up.
It's common in Dutch. It's common in Dutch Mennonite circles.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, that's not something that.
I'm German, so they didn't like me for that reason either.
My family was actually Catholic. You don't do that. Catholics do what the priest in the archdiocese does. It's a hierarchy.
That makes sense. Not really. Protestant churches will sometimes like just get all the church, like they'll have weekly small size church socials.
Yeah. I've had a lot of Protestant friends and Protestant evangelical friends who describe this. Yeah.
Okay. So one of the adult supervisors, when I was a small kid, I was being bullied for being autistic, and I went and I used that specific phrasing. They're bullying me because I'm autistic. Well, autistic people have to try harder to get into heaven. That's what the adult supervisor told 6-year-old me.
Why?
Because they're awful people. I don't fucking know.
Well, that's a very it's a very strange thing to say, because you're like,
it's very mean.
It's super mean. It's super awful.
Later,
like what?
A few weeks later,
like it's a sin. Like what?
Yeah, like a few weeks later, I fucking exploded in Sunday school and basically got kicked out of the church. And I was just fucking, I tore into 2 other kids and I kicked the supervisor in the shins.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I've experienced as well. I'm not a violent person, but if something builds up and I don't deal with it, like, you just explode. And like the other people I've talked to in my like autism kind of group, it seems to be a common theme that we are very bad at letting out a little bit of steam, regularly over time. We just let it build up till we explode. Is that something you have experienced as well?
Yeah, there is that. I've learned to cope with it in a healthier way, though. I've learned how to let it out. But the thing with it is, the reason I brought this up when he asked the question about being like in terror of religious awe is because I feel a lot of that might have to do with the association of the church as an oppressive force. And so when the religious awe is there, they're like, oh God, this is the power of the church. This is the power of the people who don't like me and want to hurt me. I don't like this.
Yeah, well, that's actually different. That's actually different than what I was meaning.
But there is I know what you were different, but there is an association there that our brains seem to be very quick to make. But the actual feeling of like religious awe, I don't know. I've actually sought it out, and I very rarely felt it. That's the thing. Is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
I'm kind of
it is a rare experience.
like, and actually in my mystical experiences so far, you said that you see yourself as an alchemist. I see myself as sort of a mystic witness. Like, I am the one person here who my job is to make sure that it is seen by someone. Like, and yet that's the act of seeing it will actually end up meaning nothing. Because it's kind of like I could look inside the Ark of the Covenant and not die, but my revelation would be useless to everybody else.
Why is that?
It's like, what was in there? Stuff. God stuff.
Why would that be useless to anybody else?
Because
that's an interesting thing to zero in on.
Because I cannot convey it in a way which they find satisfying. They have to have the experience. I cannot convey the experience. I can only convey the actual fact of it.
Well, that's actually universal. That's the universal part of the experience. Like, me and Yogi talk about that all the fucking time. When that's why we say things like, you can't explain it to someone who hasn't experienced it, because it's so unlike anything else. You are definitely a different person after than before.
My idea, though, is that as the Mystic Witness, my job is to have a pen and paper ready to record the actual details for whatever purpose that those details may eventually be used for.
Yeah. But of course, course, the crazy part is you're going to reach a point. You're going to reach a point where that's going to fail entirely, because you're dealing with something that for lack of a better way of putting it, captures and captivates your entire attention. Everything. So that separate part of you that writes, for in that moment, it no longer exists. It's not like you forget how to write. It's just that you're captivated. You're so captivated that the idea you could remember. But writing it down, that's separating yourself from that moment. To write it down is to not have the experience. It's very weird. Which is the moment they refer to it as it's often referred to as the moment of gnosis. The moment where the divine knowledge is being given to you and is being granted. Basically that like I keep saying, that moment of the tick, how are we doing? Like the moment when everything changes and yet everything stays the same. The moment when the immovable force meets the unstoppable object.
So I guess they're just painting the situation I'm in as this Mystic Witness character that I've started to see myself as kind of unfortunate, because it'd be kind of like, so I'm going to just paint a visual metaphor. So I'm a merchant with a wagon, and I come to the gates of heaven. And God takes out a bunch of divine revelations, beautiful, perfect knowledge of oneness and experience. One has to do is look at it, and you have that mystical full captivating experience. He rolls a few barrels of the stuff out, and I load it into my cart. He looks at me curiously and asks, "Don't you care to look in the cart?" "No, sign here."
Yeah, exactly. You have now not had the experience.
But I can catalog and move the experience around, and that
you can't.
Might
be because it's personal.
It's personal, but I can.
Like, do you mean, like, Alex? Do you mean that when you catalog it, like, if you read it, you get the experience, but if anyone else reads what you have written down, then they will not get it. It's still for you personal.
Okay, so the stuff in the barrel. It is the requirements for one to have that personal experience. You must go through this and this and this, and it's like a mutable substance that becomes that thing. You still have to do the thing and have the personal experience, but it's everything you'll need to do it. And my job might be to curry that stuff from place to place and give it to people, but not use it myself. And I hope it's not, because I want to use it.
Well, why wouldn't you?
I don't know, mate, because I'm the witness. I don't think it's my task. It's not my job to touch it. But that might be, in fact, playing into the whole, the whole, like, terror of the awe thing. I don't touch it because I'm not supposed to. Why am I not supposed to? Oh, well, because I'm the courier. Yeah, but why are you the courier? Because I'm not supposed to touch it. It's a circular argument that I feel that I am stuck in. And it is making it has made it difficult for me to experience those points of revelation through just pure being, which is why I'm interested in psychedelics, because I want to try and
that's a legitimate path. It's a legitimate path.
I want to move past my being.
Yeah. Like,
because my own being seems to be stuck in this loop of, hey, I've got this great experience. Do you want to try it? You can try it. I'm not partaking myself, but I brought this thing for you to try. Because I'm always introducing people to new, interesting things, I find, in life. When it's like, oh, have you tried this? Have you tried that? Have you read this book? Have you have you seen this movie? Do you know this artist? Like that kind of stuff. I'm always in that spot. And I feel that is, I don't know. It has something. It might have something to do with how I'm collecting the things, which could be used to generate revelation. It could be something with how I only partake as a courtesy, because I'm not letting other people partake honestly, and I am partaking as courtesy. Because, I mean, if someone offers you a drink and won't drink it themselves, it seems like poison. But
yeah,
it's like, I am here out of courtesy to make sure everything's on the level. And I'm not sure. It seems to be a role which I fill well, but I'm not sure I want to.
Well, why not?
Because I want to just be the partaking reveler.
You just want to do it. You just want to do it. You don't want to be outside of it. All right.
Yeah.
So,
but it's always this, like, here, everyone, try this drink. I'll take a sip. See, it's fine.
Yeah. So, what's the problem?
I don't know.
What's the thing stops you? What stops you?
There we go. I'm not sure. And that's the question that I'm grappling with. Thank you for the insight.
So there you go. That's the big question. That's the transformation. You know, it's like, well, I could do this thing. It would be easy. It would be comfortable. But I really kind of want to go that next step. But that next step is terrifying. It's a little bit dangerous. It definitely transforms you. You become a different person. You know, but the thing that you become a different person. But the thing that's so interesting about people is that despite the fact that they transform, they still somehow are fundamentally themselves. You know, it's like a volume of gold. You can bend it into any shape you want, but it's still the same amount of gold. You know, it's still you. It's just you in that shape, in that configuration. And things change. They change all the time. They either change slowly or they change rapidly. You know, it's a very strange world, and it's a very strange reality. Like, I've always been friends. My friends have. Oh, there it is. The line sits above the center circle. Okay. One of the things that a friend of mine had noted very early on was, you know, you put you in the right context, you're a Cenobite. And I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I relate to that.
Yeah, I'm like, absolutely, I would be a Cenobite, you know? But because for me, it was always more important to have the experience. One of the reasons I don't tend to take a lot of photos is because I feel like it puts something between me and the thing I'm looking at.
Yep, fair.
You know, but one of the things that brings me back to that is taking pictures of something so that I can show other people. You know, because when you calculate that, when I calculate in my own mind what it means to show other people something, well, that's a different experience. It's a different experience to share something.
I thought of a metaphor which might make it more clear.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm at a party or some kind of event, I'm always really concerned as to whether or not everyone around me is having a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
I put that before whether or not I am having fun, and it's like I think that's my strip up is that I feel that this role I'm in must be filled by someone. There must be someone making sure everyone's having fun.
Yeah, and
but
see,
I force myself to take that mantle every time, and I don't let it fall naturally to someone else, so I can be one of the revelers.
There's actually, well, here's the thing: you've made a false equivalency. You've made a false equivalency. Yeah, or rather, equivalency? No, dichotomy. You made a false dichotomy. One does not go to a party to have fun. One goes to a party to bring fun, and the more fun you can bring, the more people like you and more of a reveler you are.
A Fenmo guru. Jack.
Yeah. So like for example, and there's no idea that's too stupid. No idea too stupid. Only ideas that don't fit. For example, if you go to an outer space party, you don't
come in chainmail.
Yeah, don't come in chainmail. Unless you are an alien in chainmail. Mm-hmm. You know, everything can be worked with, but, you know, realize the direction that you're going. You know, it's why when you get down to it, furries always stick out like sore thumbs. Except at a furry convention. Because it's
in which case they're all there.
Yeah, in which case they're all there. That's where they look and feel like they actually kind of all belong in that community. Because it is a separate community. Because every time you see a furry, people can like the furry. But everyone recognizes that the furry is an outsider to the experience. Like, let me see if I can find this on my phone.
Can you guys just give me a sec?
Totally.
I just need to.
It was near the end of the cons, so where is it? Yeah, there we go. I wonder where. Yeah, I found the thing. So now I gotta wait for her to come back. Bum. Well, just hell. I'll just let's see if I can.
Go to parties to bring fun.
Yeah. You go to a party to bring fun. You know, you bring fun to other people. You go to be fun. It's hard. It's a hard mindset to get into.
And that actually might just be like again, I always like to relate things to the mundane sociological because I like making those strange connections.
Mm-hmm.
We live in a highly consumer culture. I am here to have some of your fun and consume some of your fun.
Yeah. But the reality is that fun is meant by bringing it.
Yes.
That's how fun is.
If everyone was just going to consume some fun, whoever got there first would certainly have their share of fun, and then there would be no fun left.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not something that's like that. It's one of the reasons.
It's not seeing it as a consumable good.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons entertainment is such a strange commodity. You know, if something, it's why when there was that big argument where people were like, well, video games need to be more than fun. Everyone is like, that is the dumbest thing we've ever heard. All entertainment is about fun. It's like, yeah, but what about horror movies? And we're like, being scared is fun. It's like, well, what about tragedies? Crying is fun. You know, it's a form of emotion. It's an emotional experience. You know, now crying for real because of something that happened to you, that's not fun. You know, but even that can transform. Even that can be transformed. You know, say you're having like an emotional breakdown in the middle of a party and everyone is there to make you feel better, and there are just enough people that know the exact right thing to do. Now all of a sudden your sorrow is transformed, it can be transformed into joy. And that is something that is extremely possible. That's something extremely possible, especially when everyone's receptive. And that is where intoxicants come into play. Because psychedelics and mood altering drugs like MDMA facilitate that openness to the emotional experience. You know, and it's strange because one of the things that often happens is people realize that they're far more resilient than they realized. You know, you're like, wait, I'm just acting sad because I think I should. People do that all the time. They don't even realize they're doing it.
Like, on the topic of, like, it's about the emotional state that the substance brings. First time I ever got my hands on a real big amount of weed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a big ass bag of it. So I started by just trying different ways to smoke it. I would turn the fan off in my bathroom, close the door, and run the hot water, and let the room fill with steam and smoke up, and it's great. I recommend it. But I'm doing all these different kind of things, and I'm just enjoying the experience of the high. But I get about maybe only like a quarter into the bag, and I'm like, okay, now I need to start doing things that make me feel things while I'm high. Because I already know how being high feels to me. Now I got to start doing the mixing. I got to start doing the alchemy. I got to start mixing shit.
Yeah.
I got to start, and I don't mean mixing drugs. I mean mixing weed and experiences which are important to me.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. All right. So, just to give you an idea.
I want to try weed.
Hey, you should give it a shot. It works for a lot of people. You know.
Yeah,
all right.
I heard that.
All right. So right now in the stream there is a video that I took at Monsterpalooza. This guy is obviously some sort of dragon man.
It looks really, really cool.
Yeah. Now, there is a distinct difference between that and this.
Gotta wait a second for the stream to change.
Is it furry?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, now bear in mind, we are at a...
So cute.
Yeah, it's very cute. But here's the thing. We are at a horror show. One of those things belongs more than the other. You know?
One of these things is not like
the other. And that's what I mean by, like, wherever you go, furries always stand out like a sore thumb because it's an aesthetic... It's an aesthetic and an outlook and a fetish that is very, very specific to them. You know, very specific to them, and it doesn't really seem to mix with many other things, which is strange. You know, because usually there's a lot more aesthetic cross-pollination.
Yeah, and of course they'll try to shoehorn their aesthetic into whatever they can, but it just doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
It's like a cultural evolutionary cul-de-sac.
Yeah. It's like if you're a furry, that's what you are. You know, you can be into other things, but like
You can have like a furry character dressed up as like a punk, but
it's still a furry. It's not a punk. It's a furry. You know, like
it's not punk at all. It's just furry.
Yeah, and yeah, what's one of the things I find very very interesting about that subculture. You know, it's never been one I particularly understood very well because, like I said, I don't share that. I don't share that aesthetic or that sexual fetish. You know.
No, like it seems like when you have other subcultures, whether it be horror, hip hop, goth punk, whatever, there's always a little bit of bleed over.
Yeah.
You can always a little bit of bleed over, you know, within all the different subcultures. But with furry, it's just like it doesn't work. It's always in your face. There's not a little bit of bleed over. You can say, "Oh, you sort of fit. You have this little thing, but you kind of fit." No, it's just it always stands out.
Yeah, it always stands out unless it's surrounded specifically by itself. You know,
like even what's it called? Nekomimi, like just wearing those like cat ear headbands. Doesn't matter where you are, sticks out like a sore fucking.
Yeah. It does kind of stick out. It's becoming more and more common, you know. But I always found
it don't fit. It's like something smells off.
Yeah. Something's not quite right. You know, it is its own distinct thing.
Open your third nostril to the history of the universes.
Yeah, but for example, if like speaking about bringing the fun, like something I've always wanted to do, but I have to figure out a cool way to do it, is the nitrous cracker.
Not sure what that is.
The nitrous cracker. Okay, so this is what it is. All right, so you know that old thing about people like, you know, huffing cans of whipped cream?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. The reason okay, so bored kids would take whipped cream and breathe in the fume, the propellant. That
Oh, you mean the can you get like sprayed out of?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now the reason you do that is because the propellant is nitrous oxide, which is also called laughing gas.
Yeah.
So, but if you're a caterer or a professional dessert maker, you don't go with Ready Whip, you mix your own. And so you have this canister where you put the cream in, you screw it on, and then there's this other device up here that you twist off, and you put in a nitrous oxide cartridge. You put it in, screw it on, and then you hear this as the casing is cracked and the nitrous oxide enters into the canister. Or you could not put any whipped cream in it whatsoever, let the nitrous oxide, release the nitrous oxide into the canister, pull the trigger, and suck on it. Hold it for 30 seconds and just let it happen. This is it is in fact,
wasn't that like very popular, like the nitrous oxide gas? Wasn't that very popular like 200 or 300 years ago?
Well, it's been popular since they've had it. There's a reason they give it to people like when they're doing dental surgery. You become very relaxed.
My sister, like, she's like very, very skinny. She's so small and tiny, and she told me once when she had to get some dental work done, you know, they gave her the nitrous oxide. And she said it was so freaky because I was sitting in the chair and the dentist and his assistant, they were in a spaceship. And they flew up to me, and then these robotic arms came out of the spaceship, entered through my stomach, went up to my mouth, and then they did dental work on me. And then it actually turned out that because she was so tiny and so skinny, they had given her too big of a dose. So afterwards they were like panicking her real oxygen and, you know, just trying to get her back fully. Like, she wasn't in danger, but they were like, "You're so high right now, that was not supposed to happen." She had no idea what they did in her mouth. Like, when they were working on her, she was just like, "I just knew they were in a spaceship."
Yep. Yep, that can happen. That can happen.
Dude, you're so high right now. You don't say, man.
Yeah. Like, I've always, you know, being someone who can be fun and bring people together is extremely powerful. It's extremely powerful. And it's honestly one of the reasons my favorite part of the internet celebrity gig, you know, which is, it is much easier to get people to allow themselves the freedom of enjoying themselves if a celebrity's involved. You know, it's very odd. It's one of those, it's like we need permission. The truth is, you don't technically, but for some reason,
you feel you do.
We all feel we do. We all feel we do. And only those people that can really do it, you know, just for themselves can really help do it for other people. And it is a skill. There are people who are very talented at it. Like, there are dudes who can go, "Oh man, look at that. What's that? Look at that cardboard box." You're like, "What about that cardboard box? I know exactly what I'm doing. This is something that really happened. This is a real story. Not my friend, someone else." This is dude. He among his friend circle, he was just known as the most fun guy to be around. Also known as the guy with the dumbest fucking ideas. So he goes to a rave, and he goes to a rave in a cardboard box that's painted like a school bus. It's very big. It's very big and bulky. You know, and he would go through the rave, and he would go like, "Chugga, chugga, 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 chugga," like he was a fucking train. And people would be like, "What the fuck is that?" And he's like, "This is the party bus. You want to take a ride on the party bus?" And people would be like, "What's in the party bus?" And then he would, if it was a girl, he would put the entire costume over her with him in it. And inside would be, you know, some alcohol, maybe a little nitrous oxide. And if he was really lucky, it also became a thing that sat on the ground to disguise the fact that he was having sex.
Of course.
Yeah. And I'm just like, that is a brilliant idea. That is some fucking brilliant shit right there. Like, that guy's a fucking genius. You know? But this guy is just known as the guy who's always brings the fun. Like, he found, like, the lower half of like a kangaroo outfit that someone had, like, thrown away in the garbage. And he's just like, all right, some furry just threw away their old suit, whatever. You know, and it's like, dude, what are you gonna do with those?
Like, white stains on the inside.
Yeah, probably. But he's like, this man's undeterred. He's just like, nah, man, I know exactly what I'm gonna do. So he goes to the Beta Breakers marathon with the lower half of this thing on. So he's walking around with kangaroo feet. And he's walking around, people are like, "What the fuck is those?" He's like, "Oh man, I need big legs and big feet for a lot of reasons. One, it's about to jump off." And you're like, "Oh, you fucking you mad genius." And he's like, "Jump off how? Just because you got kangaroo legs?" Like, nah, man. And he'd pull out like a bottle of Jack Daniels, and he'd give you some. And you're like, that's when you notice he's got 2 pockets. He's like, what's in the other pocket? He's like, oh, what's in the other pocket? And he pull out like, either like a fucking one of those like vape pipes, like full of weed. Just be like, keep it on the down low, brother. And then right where his cock should be is a third one. And they'd be all like, what's in the cock pocket? And he's like, that's the sweetest treat of all. And that's when he pull out a nitrous oxide canister. So this man is walking around in these kangaroo furry feet, fucking just loaded with drugs that he's just giving to people. And
generous.
Very generous. Very generous. And that's another aspect. It's another aspect of that, which is like part of fun is generosity. Generosity is fun.
I do feel that, yeah.
Yeah. Like it's one of the hidden aspects of it. Like, why are people generous? Because it's fun. Because it's fun to share things with people. Like, come on. It's why people who tend to value fun seem so frivolous. Sharing things is fun in and of itself.
That sounds like comedy talk to me, boy.
Oh no, it's better. Oh, it's better than comedy.
Oh, have you ever heard?
It's way better.
Have you ever heard of the communist bars? Like a bar that's communist bar? You ever heard about that? Oh, that's a thing here in Denmark, and I'm not sure if it is a thing anywhere else, but in Denmark, like usually it's around students. If you go to a party and they say, "Oh, by the way, it's a communist bar," it means that everyone who attends have to bring some sort of bottle of alcohol, and then we share, and that's a communist bar.
That's neat.
Interesting idea.
I do like communal food and communal drink.
Yeah, my sister told me a very funny story though. Like, one of her friends is at uni, and she said, "Oh, they were having a party and they were going to have this communist bar because it would be cheap for everyone, only bringing 1 bottle of alcohol." And they had an American exchange student. And when she was told about the party, they were like, "Oh, by the way, it's a communist bar." And then she freaked out. And then they told her, no, it's okay. It just means that we're all bringing some alcohol, to share, like socialism. But she was apparently so freaked out about the fact that it was called a communist bar. She did not attend, and she refused to attend any of the social events with that class for the rest of the semester because she was just so appalled by it.
Oh, jeez.
See, now you're missing the fun.
Yeah. I'd have to agree. Let's see. Someone just said something. What was it? I just saw. Oh! Someone was talking about Man-Fae. That guy is a disciple of the party god. I'm telling you. Fucking Man-Fae. That guy's crazy. I love him. Is he kind of gross? Yes. But that's kind of, I don't know what to say other than that's kind of his thing.
He's made it endearing.
He's made it endearing. And for those of you who don't know who Man-Fae is, it's this guy.
Gonna take a second for it all to sync. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. It's hard to hate this guy. Yeah, if you actually he's there to party. I don't know what else to say about the man. He's there to party. I don't know what else to say. It's kind of amazing. It's like, all right, I'm gonna dress up like Faye Valentine. That's that way everyone knows it's party time. It's time to make party happen. And there's also a huge amount of being willing to be the fool. You know, it was a huge amount of being willing to be the fool. Because come on, that guy does not do that because he thinks it looks good.
But that's also part of you know making a pilot. Like, you don't take yourself too seriously, so you don't take anything else too seriously either. So it's easier for you to relax and have a good time.
Yeah.
Maybe spread that around.
Yeah, exactly. It's something that you can actually, if you can do that for other people, that's extremely valuable. You know,
my dad just walked past the window. That was kind of creepy.
See, I've tried to start thinking that way about some of the, like right now, about some of the experience I've had previously, and when I contextualize them that way, I kind of get like a, okay, yeah, I'm actually I feel like I'm going in the right direction. I'm just not understanding what the journey is about yet.
You usually don't.
Okay.
You know, you just follow the snitch. You know, you just follow it. You follow the thing that captures your attention and see if you can grab it. You know, that's all you really can do.
I will keep trying.
Yeah. Do so. You know,
like, because although again, material concerns get in the way of this these spiritual rebels, because it's like, oh well, fuck, I really need to reduce my rent if I ever want to go back to university in a timely manner, because the real estate prices in Vancouver are fucking insane. So right now it's like I'm losing sight of a lot of these ideas right now, and this chat is actually really helping me get back on track because of immediate material concerns that are kind of putting me off, you know.
It's always, I find it, let me put it this way. I think that the spiritual journey of discovering who you are and what you're about is one that should not be postponed. Obviously, there are a lot of ways to do it. But don't
wait on it.
If you chase after security, that's what you'll catch. You know, like that, you know, now you should obviously have a certain degree of security, but if you chase after that, guess what you're going to catch at the end of the day? You know, it's something to consider. It's why a lot of people are like, no, you have to chase after the things that interest you. You know, because they're the things that really give you the motivation to really do something in life.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I must.
Yeah.
I have.
And that takes so many different forms. It's insane.
The thing is, part of my autism is, I think this is where the disability fits that term, disability the best. That I have trouble with executive functioning. I can't handle like university entrance paperwork. I go fucking cross-eyed.
Yeah, everything to do like with finances and paperwork, whatever it is.
Just executive and administrative functioning of like the necessary bureaucracy our society imposes on us for me to be able to follow the things I like is kind of like, oh god, I cannot bring myself to cope no matter what the reward at the end is, because it's just
I'm very fortunate I'm very fortunate in that sense, because my mom is an accountant, so she can help me with all the finances. And again, socialist state, you know, I get help. So right now, I don't worry.
Like, if I could just have a hired actuary behind me to keep tabulation on all the things I'm supposed to keep track of as a modern adult citizen of North America, I'm just like, yeah, please just keep track of that. Do my taxes for me. File my paperwork. Write that tenancy agreement I have to sign. Right?
Yeah.
I can't handle bureaucracy. I freeze up.
Yeah, like that's now when you get through the bureaucracy hell here in Denmark, when you have autism, you get to a point where you get something called bostøtte, which is what I have right now, which is again some sort of government official worker thingy comes to me every week to discuss like if I need anything, and anything from finances to paperwork regarding whatever. And if I just need a little bit of structure, like, you know, regarding my apartment or just everyday life sort of stuff, situations, just to make sure that I can function.
But I receive a monthly stipend to help me pay for rental costs, and in order to keep receiving it, I have to report my current income, because after a certain income bracket, I can't get it anymore. And all the paperwork regarding that, like all the financial paperwork, like bringing in, writing pay stub and report stuff, I have to handle myself entirely. And just like it's fair, it's maybe like 2 hours out of my day, but the idea of it looms against me with more fear, like more monolithic fear than any of these ideas of being terrified by religious awe could be. I am terrified of the bureaucratic monolith.
Yeah. I can't blame you. It's actually quite terrifying, you know, because
and that's my sensory overload. That's like I don't normally have stimulus problems like a lot of other autistic people do, except when it comes to this bureaucracy.
Also
stimulus I can't handle it without like breaking fucking down at least twice.
Yeah, that's also where a lot of my anxiety is.
And I'm going to be doing that today. I got some paperwork I got to be bringing in around 10 o'clock.
Oh,
yeah, like again, I'm happy that a lot of it is automated here in Denmark, so I don't have to worry too much about it. But yeah, again, I get a salary from the state as well, so I'm actually not allowed to work on the side. I cannot make more money than I am now until I'm done with university. So.
Oh yeah.
But you know, I can pay my bills. I can do a little bit of shopping. I can go and visit my parents, so that's awesome.
Yeah, that seems nice.
Yeah.
For me, it's like my rent is too high in the place I am at because it was something I had to take because at the time, because my roommate was moving out, I had to downsize, so I downsized to one of the one bedrooms in the building. But I'm paying. Let me put it this way. The stipend is more than $300, but $300 is supposed to be what the rental portion is for. That's supposed to be fair market wages for rent. $375 as my rental portion for living in a big city. Are you fucking kidding me? What can $375 get me in a city apartment?
Yeah. That's
get me a closet. Get me a fucking broom closet. My current rent is $840, set to go to $870 in the end of July. I hope to move out before then. Something $600 or less. If I can't do that, I basically either have to move back out of the city or crash on the couch until I find something appropriate.
I think the amount that I get, like the extra stuff for having a disability, I think that's around $900, maybe a little bit more. But yeah, again, most of that goes to rent because rent where I live is just through the roof because it's a university town. So it costs so much.
There's a crippling real estate crisis in Vancouver right now. And with the fentanyl crisis on top of that, you've got people leaving their homes, turning to drugs, and dying.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Vancouver, lovely city.
We're still not even having the discussion whether or not to legalize weed. Like, we're not even having that.
Like, Vancouver, lovely city. Come visit, please. It'll help me cope.
Yeah, well, the thing I think is really funny is in 10 years, this is all going to turn around.
And in 10 years, if I don't solve my problems now, fucked.
Well, let me put it this way. In 10 years, rent costs will crash in 10 years. They absolutely will.
Fucking sooner.
Well, yeah, but it's actually 10 years because by 10 years, the average median age of the baby boomer will be in their late 70s, which means most of the largest generation on the planet Earth will be dead and gone. So who's going to live in all these houses? Nobody.
People are living long.
Yeah, but nobody. But they're not living that much longer. Not that much longer. They're not immortal. You know, most of them aren't gonna live to see 80. Most of them aren't gonna live to see 100. You know, they don't last that long. So basically what will happen, this is me being dark and ghoulish, by the way.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, which is, yeah, like people will die, and then everyone's going to be like, wait, no one's renting these apartments. There's no demand because there's so many fewer people. I mean, that's what 2016 was all about. Why did all those people die? Well, it was time. It was time. They're all hitting the death age. And in a world with tons of apartments, yeah, and it hasn't stopped, you know, and in a world
Charlie Murphy today.
of Charlie Murphy died?
I think so, yeah.
Holy shit, I gotta double check that. Holy shit. Oh, he had leukemia. Oh, geez.
Oh, well. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, Charlie Murphy. I love that guy. Oh,
I'm not
man. Yeah.
Now with the latest on comedian Charlie.
I just have to look him up really. I'm really bad with names.
Charlie Murphy's last tweet that he made before he died. It's like, one to sleep on, release the past to rest as deeply as possible.
Oh, that guy, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I only hope I can be so wise on my deathbed.
I know. This crazy comedian whose major contribution to pop culture is he is the guy who helped Chappelle write "I'm Rick James, bitch." It was his story that inspired that, because Charlie Murphy used to hang out with Rick James all the time because he was Eddie Murphy's older brother, and he got to meet Rick James, and Rick James took a shine to Charlie Murphy. He really liked Charlie, and so they hung out all the time, and they get into all kinds of trouble. But they'd always get out of it because one of them was fucking Rick James. You know? So he'd always just be like, I'm Rick. He's like, how did we avoid that? I'm Rick James. And I think,
hi, Yogi.
Hey, Yogi, how you doing?
Yogi. Good morning.
Oh,
We've
man.
had a long and productive talk about many interesting subject matters.
Yeah. Although I think
Sleeveless is the best.
Yes.
More time.
Yeah.
Although, all right, so I think I'm gonna have to actually shut the stream down for now, but I will be doing the stream that I had intended to do tomorrow, which is already today.
Okay.
So
that will be
Friday
Friday for me.
Yeah, that'll be Friday for you, but Thursday for us in the States. You know, so I think yay! Yeah, so I think I'm gonna get some rest for that. It looks like we're gonna excuse me. Let's see, let me test this again, make sure. Yeah, that's one of our new features, which is if you send money through the super chat, this fucker is supposed to automatically go. And if I get everything, and as the stream goes on, one of the other things I'm probably going to add is the ability to put text-to-speech messages in the stream for a cost. You know, because my feeling is that, fuck it. If ad revenue's going to go into the toilet, we got to find some other way of doing this. And what better way than just doing crazy shit?
The super chat system is technically what got me into this chat tonight, so, I mean...
Yeah, because we were trying to figure out what was going on and how to get this fucker to work. You know, and I'm glad we finally figured it out. For now.
There are exactly two methods by which software is researched. Trial
An error. Yep, pretty much. And with that, I think Satan and I love you very, very much. Demon Tits and I love you very, very much. And keep watching fucked up movies. And we'll see you later tonight for the regular Count Jackula streams, Titties and Shrimp Thursday. I'll see y'all then. Thank you. I want to thank my guests for joining me. Thank you, brother Alex, the deep fish fryer, and Moth Angel. We ought to give you an actual title. But
I did have one point, like I was called the bride because Gavin in the chat, he shot me and killed me, and then Trevor Apocalypse, Arbiter Apocalypse, he brought me back to life, and so instead of the bride of Frankenstein, I was the bride of the pit.
Bride of the Pit. Ah.
Yep.
Moth Angel, the bride of the pit. And we will see you later tonight. Thank you, and keep watching fucked up movies.